ní igi là ń bẹ nígbò ìgbò ìgbò ìmà mi wò lọ. Àràbà yìí wá ń gbìyànjú kò dọ́mọ kó wà láyé lọ. Igi ńlá yìí wà lóhun tó máa fi ṣàràbà lóore. Oníwíwó ní káràbà ìlọ́wọ́ láwùjọ igi. Onílé wo kò máa gbúdọ̀ wò. Àràbà ní ẹ̀gbọ́dọ̀ wọ láwùjọ. Ṣọ́dá àbáwọn sọ Fúlàní wọ̀nyí bó ṣe ń pa wá. Ṣó wá sùn ọkọ̀ máde ẹ mọ́ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ kó jáwọ́ nìyí. Àwọn àgbààgbà ikọ̀ wọn kò tíra mú odò sí wa kó wà láyé rẹ̀ lọ. Ó máa ṣe òye kò máa gbúdọ̀ wò. Àràbà ní ẹ̀gbọ́dọ̀ wọ láwùjọ. Máde ẹ mọ́ ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀. Èrò bá mi kọ́ mọ́ adé mọ́. Èmi kí ọmọ yìnyín ilẹ̀ akíkanjú ọkùnrin ogun. Èrò bá mi kọ́ mọ́ wọn ní igbó ọmọ rẹ̀. Iná máa rógún màmá ti di pẹ̀lẹ́ ọmọ bàbá rógún màmá ṣojo. Sunday ẹyẹ tó má ṣe bọ́ kí yẹn ò sí ní gbọ́mọ́. Òrìṣà tí ó ṣe bọ́kọ̀ màdé mọ́ ni ṣe bí yẹn ò kọ́ mọ́ lágbẹ̀dẹ. Ẹ bá lè jẹ́ ẹ̀bọ̀nà jẹ́ Adéyẹmí ọmọ sọ́n kọ̀ọ̀kan láì dá. Kìkì orí tó máa kọ́ ni wípé Yorùbá nation ìlógó ìbá kìíní. Ẹ̀dá bí rẹ̀ ṣọ̀wọ́n òye kó máa gbọ́dọ̀ wò. Kò máa gbọ́dọ̀ wò, kò nílé wò Ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ jẹ́ ká rórí. Ọjọ́ wo ni wọ́n dalẹ̀ Ifẹ̀ tán gangan? Àwọn kan sáré kó lè dára. Èrè bó bàjẹ́ kókò mí làwọn kan sá. Ṣó dára kí dára ṣó ìwà lọ́kù. Yorùbá ìrònú kẹ́lọ́ fi mọ̀ ṣọ̀kan. Ọ̀sán ló pọ̀ tán ìwà ká. Kò máa gbọ́dọ̀ wò. Àràbà ní ẹ̀gbọ́dọ̀ wọ láwùjọ. Yà mí lẹ́nu omi nù ń kọ́ mi. Ìdí táwọn àgbààgbà ìtàn kò fi lè sòdodo. Ó ti sọ́wọ́n àjẹgẹ́ wá jọba. Ìran láwọn àgbààgbà ìgbèdánijó kiri. Ó máa ṣe òye, ó máa gbọ́dọ̀ wò. Àràbà ní ẹ̀gbọ́dọ̀ wọ láwùjọ. Ọba mẹ́wàá ìgbà mẹ́wàá yóò máa lòlẹ̀ ayé gbó. Lọ́ba lọ́ba lóye lóye Yorùbá. Mo bẹ̀ yín ẹ ṣayé ire. Kò bàjẹ́ láyé Olúgbọ́n, kò má bàjẹ́ láyé Àrẹ̀sà o. Kò má torí tí yín bàjẹ́ òye. Abẹ́ òrí. Àrùgbó Yorùbá ó máa fọwọ́ rọ́ọ̀rì kú mọ́. Ẹ bá ọ̀nà lọ́mọ kékèké kú sí kiri. Òun lóko lè lóko nílẹ̀ Yorùbá mọ́. Kíjokíjo lọ́dọ̀ ló wọ̀n yìí wá ń sáré kiri. Ọmọ Yorùbá ẹ jẹ́ ká relé. bá jùmọ̀ á ń padà sílé bàbá ẹni ni. ṣebí ewúrẹ́ yẹn ò ló ṣọmọ ya àgùntàn. àgùntàn ló ní mọ́mọ́ mi òbí dúdú òye. ṣebí látọdún tá ti wà nínú Nàìjíríà yìí. ìdẹ̀ra ló ń fojoojúmọ́ béèrè lọ́wọ́ wọn. ṣùgbọ́n òmìnira náà fojoojúmọ́ fún wa mú. àsìkò tí tó ilé tó lọ òmìnira láfẹ́ ó ṣe àsìkò tí tó ilé tó lọ òmìnira láfẹ́ ó ṣe àsìkò tí tó ilé tó lọ òmìnira láfẹ́ ó ṣe àsìkò tí tó ilé tó lọ òmìnira láfẹ́ ó ṣe àsìkò tí tó.
orúkọ mi ni Sunday Adéyẹmọ tí gbogbo ẹ̀ mọ̀ sí Sunday Ìgbòho. sàmùkútẹ́ bá jọ ọmọ Ìbàdàn tó bá ń gbé kó wọ́n mọ̀ pé ní bàbá Ìbàdàn wọ́n lè mọ̀ pé ẹlẹ́mìí àpè ní Ìbàdàn. so ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ yẹn tó bá ń gbé lu òdì kejì tó bá jọ ọmọ ọbọ mi ó kọ ìlú tó ti wá yẹn náà máa fi pè é níbi tó ń gbé. èmi náà jẹ́ kan náà tó kópa nínú ogun Mọdákẹ́kẹ́ àti Ifẹ̀. so ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn tó bá gbọ́ sórí ogun yẹn tó ń gbọ́ gbogbo pa tí mo kó mẹ́rin pé ọkùnrin mẹ́rin ogun bàbá yẹn ń gba ogun ó ṣe báyìí ó máa ń jẹ́ kí ẹlòmíràn pé ọkùnrin ni akíkanjú ọkùnrin ni. gbogbo wàhálà Ládọjà àtàwọn bàbá dídí búmbàdàn náà gbogbo àwọn tí wàhálà yẹn sojú wọn wọ́n fẹ́ impeach Ládọjà wọ́n fẹ́ yẹ Ládọjà ń pò wọ́n fẹ́ gbàjọba lọ wọ́n fẹ́ yẹ Ládọjà jẹ nǹkankan tèmi dẹ̀ dúró tì ń gbà yẹn gbogbo àwọn tó rí pa tí mo kó láti pé kán mọ́ rí Ládọjà yẹn jẹ́ ń gbà yẹn sùtẹ́lómi bá rí mi èrò yẹn mo pé ọkùnrin mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́gbọ̀n nìyẹn bí wọ́n ṣe bọ́ta ṣe pọ̀ tó Ọlọ́run ṣẹ́gun wọn fún un. èròǹgbà mi lórí ìgbésẹ̀ àwọn Fúlàní yẹn ni pé ẹnu Yorùbá gbọ́dọ̀ kò tí wọ́n bá mọ̀ pé wọ́n fẹ́ ká bá Fúlàní jà káwọn bàbá wa gbogbo àwọn ọba wa gbogbo àwọn bàbá wa wọ́n ṣáájú kàn pè wá sí mítì kan wọ́n dẹ̀ fún wa pé tó àwọn ọmọ yìí o kíró yìí dé sì gbé kí gbogbo ayé rí pé tó àwọn ni wọ́n sọ pé tó ká kojú wọn gbogbo ibi tí yàrá ti fẹ́ jẹ Yorùbá ká fèsì ibẹ̀ Ọlọ́run mọ̀mọ̀ mú wa agbára mélòó wà làwọn Fúlàní wà ní wọn ò tó tó ń pera wọn wọn fọlọ́gbura fún yín wọn ò tó tó ń pera wọn Ọlọ́run bá lódùmarè ń gbọ́ ṣùgbọ́n tá a bá ní nǹkan tí àwa náà ní lọ́dọ̀ àwọn bàtà jogún náà bàbá ká bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí lò ń sìn ká bọ́ta wọ́n sọ wá lóko míì táwọn bàbá bá mọ̀ pé yà ń jẹ àwọn Yorùbá kàn pé gbogbo wa sí mítìn kí wọ́n pe Ọọ̀ni kí wọ́n pa Láàfin kí wọ́n pa àwọn bàbá Àwùjalẹ̀ gbogbo àwọn ọba yẹn tí wọ́n bá jókòó kí wọ́n á pè wá kí wọ́n invite gbogbo wa wá. Ọlọ́run bá lágbára èmi ò tó nǹkan kan àwọn tó tún lágbára dúró wá pọ̀ tó pọ̀ jù bẹ́ẹ̀ lọ kí wọ́n pe gbogbo wọn jọ so tí ń sìn tó máa pè wọ́n jọ tó bá mọ̀ pé lè kan ru wa náà ipá náà sì lè ní pátá lè kó kọ́ pè wá káwájọ jókòó káwo bá ṣe fẹ́ ṣe tí ò ní sí nǹkan kan ẹ̀ ní gbọ̀n kankan mọ́ ẹlòmíì bá ń gbọ́ gbòó ni kò kú rí mi rí ẹlòmíì á ní ó lè kọ̀máǹdì mọ́ ó lójú àwọn tí mo ṣe lójú wọn rí ẹlòmíì á ló lè ṣe báyìí ẹlòmíì tí bá ṣèkan lójú ẹ̀ yóò sọ 10 ṣé nǹkan tí mo sọ yìí ẹlòmíì á sì ní ẹnu ni so àwọn tí wàá mọ́ sọ pé nu nìyẹn èmi mọ́ bẹ lọ́n kí nǹkan dẹ̀mí àti wọn pọ̀ wọn lè rí pé kì í sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀nà ṣùgbọ́n pé kẹ́nìkan wá lóhun dìde ṣe èmi ìwọ ni mi Sunday Igboho mo wá bọ́ ọ̀tá o àbá nígbà tí wọ́n bá fi dọ̀tún la Buhari ó pàṣẹ láti Àbújá sọ́jà tí ó ka mọ́ta nkìdé yóò ju tó gun boko haram tó ń jẹ́ ilẹ̀ Haúsá lọ wọn ò ríra wọn bẹ̀ yẹn tá a bá dẹ́rẹ̀ wò nísìn ẹ̀ rí i pé wọ́n yìí máa lọ́wọ́ gbogbo táwọn ń ṣe ilẹ̀ Haúsá tó ń mú jẹ yẹn tá a bá dẹ́rẹ̀ wò nísìn wọ́n yìí máa lọ́wọ́ torí pé àwọn Yorùbá kan náà ni ó lọ bá wọn lọ́hùn tí wọ́n sọ pé àwọn ọmọ bí wọ́n ṣe wọ́n ṣe nu pa ẹ̀ làwọn ọmọ ayákìlá làwọn ọmọ bẹ́ẹ̀ wọ́n yẹn ta la parí ta ìyá yóò la parí ìbíjà yẹn làlá fẹ́ gbé ó tó fi gba sùúrù nìyẹn ó gbọgbọ́n kì í ṣe nǹkan tí yẹn kàn kágbádá ọrùn tó kó funpa tó kó lóńdè tó gbé bọ̀kọ́rùn tó lọ́fẹ́ lọ pàdé Fúlàní o bí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́ wọ́n sọ di nǹkan mímọ́ yẹn lọ́wọ́ àfi kéèyàn jókòó kó lọ́wọ́ àwọn bàbá yẹn táwọn bàbá yẹn ó ṣèwé kán sáyìn fún wa pé àwa la ṣèwé fún yín pé ìyà gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ Yorùbá gbogbo bíkíbi tí ilẹ̀ Yorùbá dé ẹ lọ ṣàbò lórí ẹ̀pọ̀ àwọn ọmọ tẹ bá mọ̀ ń bẹ kẹ́ ṣàbò àwọn ọmọ ń bẹ ńlẹ̀ bàbá mi àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá ń bẹ ńlẹ̀ tí wọn ò ní sá rárá. àwọn ọmọ tẹ́wọ̀n tán jó àwọn ọmọ tẹ́wọ̀n tán jókòó wọ̀nyí wọ́n yìí sọ wọn ìṣẹ̀rẹ̀ rírọ̀ but ọgbọgbọ́n àlèkè sọ pé ẹ mọ lọ sí Ìkirè ibi tí wọ́n ti ń kidnap Yorùbá ẹ mọ lọ Òṣogbo ẹ mọ lọ lọ́rin ẹ mọ lọ sí yóò di nǹkan mímọ́ wa lọ́wọ́ tó bá ti dá wọn lójú pé àwọn làwọn bí wa àwọn sì làwọn bàbá àwọn ni bàbá wa lẹ̀ Yorùbá ń bí wọ́n sì ṣe bàbá burúkú wọ́n dẹ̀ sọ̀dàlẹ̀ bàbá tí fi ìyá jọmọ káwọn náà bá gbádá rẹ̀ kàn ó tì wá síwájú bàbá lọ bàbá nílọ káwọn bá gbádá rẹ̀ kàn ní ká nìṣó níbẹ̀ bàbá lọ bàbá nílọ bá wọn gángan ò ṣe bẹ́ẹ̀ torí ohun táwọn bàbá kan náà ń bẹ tó ń gbà ń bẹ̀ àwọn oníṣẹ́ jù bá lọ bọ̀ táwọn bá jẹ́ bàbá dáadáa tí wọ́n dẹ̀ fẹ́ fi àtúbọ̀tán rí lẹ̀ fún àwọn ọmọ wọn kò yẹ kí wọ́n gbàbọ̀dẹ̀ fún Yorùbá ó yẹ kí wọ́n pè wá ká bọ́ ta ni káwọn dẹ̀ dúró tì wá pé ó yẹ nìṣó níbẹ̀. orúkọ mi ni Sunday Adéyẹmọ tí gbogbo yẹn mọ̀ sí Sunday Ìgbòho sàmùkútẹ́ yẹn bá jọ ọmọ Ìbàdàn tó bá ń gbé kó wọ́n mọ̀ pé ní bàbá Ìbàdàn wọ́n lè mọ̀ pé ẹlẹ́mìí àpè ní Ìbàdàn so ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ yẹn tó bá ń gbé ìlú òdì kejì tó bá jọ ọmọ bòmí ó kọ ìlú tó ti wá yẹn náà máa fi pè é níbi tó ń gbé èmi náà jẹ́ kan náà tó kópa nínú ogun Mọdákẹ́kẹ́ àti Ifẹ̀ so ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn tó bá gbọ́ sórí ogun yẹn tó ń gbọ́ gbogbo pa tí mo kó mẹ́rin pé ọkùnrin mẹ́rin ogun bàbá yẹn ń gba ogun ó ṣe báyìí ó máa ń jẹ́ kí ẹlòmíràn pé ọkùnrin ni akíkanjú ọkùnrin ni gbogbo wa wàhálà Ládọjà àtàwọn bàbá dídí búmbàdàn náà gbogbo àwọn tí wàhálà yẹn sojú wọn.
ẹ má fojú ko eruku ata abẹ́ ń bẹ eruku ata tí o ti fojú ko bàbá wà gbogbo Nàìjíríà ẹ má fojú ko ata ẹ lójú.
ọmọ Oòduà
ọ̀gá Fúlàní ló jẹ́ o.
Yorùbá nation yìí ti gbogbo wa ni kó má gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́ torí kò sílùú mìíràn. ọmọ Oòduà
ọ̀gá Fúlàní ló jẹ́ o.
Yorùbá nation yìí ti gbogbo wa ni kó má gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́ torí kò sílùú mìíràn. ọmọ Oòduà
ọ̀gá Fúlàní ló jẹ́ o.
Yorùbá nation yìí ti gbogbo wa ni kó má gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́ torí kò sílùú mìíràn.
It seems that the reality is back. I'll be discussing a little bit about that. We'll be looking at what is happening in Ghana, in Kenya, in Africa, where there is a lot happening in Africa as well. Also, I would like to say good morning to all our viewers from other parts that have also joined us this morning, that have also been part of the Starr Radio UK family, if that's what you want to put it that way. Where do we start from this morning? I have the paper in front of me. I'll be telling you everything we need to know that is happening. But the most important thing is, if you're joining us for the first time, and maybe this is the first time that you will be part of the Starr Radio UK, you might want to say, welcome to the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London. Everything you need to know within the next 2 hours. I will be telling you almost everything that you need to know. Good morning to those of you that have joined us on the other platform as well. We are live on Instagram. The beauty about the new technology that we have now is that not only are we presenting, people can see us, which was not something that was there some 30 years ago. And I would like to welcome those of you that have joined us. Like I said, I'm sitting for Archie this morning. Archie is busy behind the scene with some other engagement. As you know, that we want to bring you the best of what is happening, especially there is a lot of development going on in Africa. And I was listening to a particular audio, and I might see if we can get that in later in the course of this program. And that has got to do with Jerry Rollins. I'm sure some of you remember him for some of the work he did, while he was, I'm sure everybody has different, reason to either agree or disagree. But one thing I want us to first focus on is, what are we going to be discussing this morning? I'll be telling you the traffic for those of you that are planning to, to travel within the London Underground. What is the journey going to be like this morning? We're going to apologize as well. We couldn't come on the Niger Voices yesterday, but I will be, carrying you along some of what we wanted to discuss yesterday. But as we know, keeping London moving is the most important part of the transport for London. And if you're coming to London for the first time, if you have never been to London, and you also be traveling on those London Underground, one thing that most people get confused is, how do we connect? There is a lot of connection when it comes to the London travel. We have the Queen Elizabeth line, we have the DLR, we have the Overground. I did travel on two yesterday. I traveled on the on what we can call the Overground and the London Underground. The London Underground is the one that most of you must have seen, where people go underneath. It's not cheap. It's quite a little bit expensive. I'll be telling you a bit of that. Again, also on the river, there's a lot happening. But first and foremost, from what I'm looking at right now, checking on whether there is going to be any activities this weekend. Archie will be back tomorrow, but for now, I will be right here giving you everything we need to know. So, before we move further, let's just first check what is happening when it comes to, the travel update. The travel update in London, just like in New York, in America, around the globe, is one of the, we got to keep the traffic moving. The last thing we want to do is to get the traffic to be stuck, like Africa or like Ghana, in other part of European country. As many people travel through Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, I'm sure those in Nigeria will know what I'm talking about. And you wonder whether you can get to that destination in time. Once again, this is the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London. And like I said, for those of you that are watching, I am sitting for Archie before I will be connecting as well to the update at 11 o'clock right from Nigeria. But for now, once again, this is
broadcasting worldwide online 24/7. Broadcasting worldwide, online 24/7.
Well, not too much happening when it comes to the traffic this morning, but it seems already as if you're traveling now, I will tell you the spot that you must be, conscious of, the areas you have to be aware of. There is a lot of happenings as we speak right now on the M25. It's very, very busy. And the reason for that is I'm sure some of you have been following the travel chaos. The airport, I'm not sure if as many of you are aware, but there has been a lot of, so many flights that has been cancelled. And it seems already that, the Heathrow airport has been affected. The Stansted airport has been affected. The Luton airport has been affected. So many of those airports have been affected, and travelers from around the world are being affected as well. So right now, let us first give to you what we can say when it comes to, the traffic. As we can tell you at the moment, it seems that things are moving very, very freely when it comes to those of you that are traveling on the A404. If you're going on the M4, there is a moving free traffic on the M4 right now. If you're traveling on the M40, it seems also there's a bit of moving traffic. But if you're going on the A417, there's a lot of, what we can call a bit of a standstill. It's not moving. Again, there's few closures as well. I'll be telling you all that in the course of the beginning of the program. It's just coming off to 10:38. But like I said, most of us that have the papers in front of us, if you've been able to catch up with it, looking at the newspaper this morning, we will see you in court. Coward is one of the headlines. I'm sure you've heard about the nurse that had many children, babies, killed while she was a nurse. I'm not sure how that was able to be allowed. It seems that there's now going to be what they call tough laws, so that even if you don't want to come to the court for your sentence, we will be charging you extra 2 years on top of your sentence. It seems that is coming from the Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, as we can tell you right now. So there's a lot happening in football. I'll be telling you what you need to know. But for now, we are still reviewing again some of those happenings on the road network. As we can say once again, this is.
At work. At home. On your smartphone. In your car. At work. At home. On your smartphone. In your car. At work. At home. On your smartphone.
Well, like I said, it's not been a very good one for so many travelers that are now stuck around the world. The UK worst airport is already overcrowded. There's noise all over the airport. And it seems the reason for that is that the UK best and the worst airport have now been named in a new ranking from Which Travel. The best was described as well running, while the worst was slammed for being overcrowded. I mean, I've traveled to out of UK from Gatwick, from Heathrow, from Stansted. I'm not sure whether I've traveled from Luton. But if you have traveled out of any airport, maybe you want to put it out in the comment section and let us hear from you when it comes to traveling. What is your fear? I mean, the last thing you want to do is get to the airport and realize that your passport has been left at home, or your I don't know, you've left one of your most important tablet, medicine, or your most important document back at home. What is your most fear when you're traveling? Do you get panic? I love to get to the airport very early, 4 hours before traveling, because you have the window to be at the airport 3 hours. Again, as we speak to you right now, there is so much chaos at the airport today. And the reason for that is, I'll be telling you more about that. Airports were judged by 4,000 members of the public on the number of flight cancellation, queues. Are you one of those that love that shopping during the airport when you're traveling? You seems to be getting that discount, the perfumes, the food, so that you can take that to your loved ones that are wherever you're going. Once again, this is the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London.
This is Starr Radio UK. This is Starr Radio UK.
Once again, it's just coming up to 10:41. Archie is very busy today, and I've decided, to come and sit on his behalf. And Archie will be back tomorrow. But for now, like I said, there is a moving situation that is happening on the buses. I love the bus because there's more air coming through the bus, compared to the underground. The underground, everything seems to be, a little bit steamed, as there's not much air condition. But yesterday, the overground was doing what they expected to do. The air condition system was working. We want to see more of that. Do you love to travel by the road? We know that the TFL is the most important part of London when it comes to transport for London, the TFL, and you must always plan that journey. Also, myself and Archie were discussing are you planning to buy a new car? You must check whether that particular vehicle will meet emissions and safety standard required to drive in London. Some 24 years ago, you can easily buy any car and drive it from one point, from one postcode to the another postcode, from one London borough to another London borough. But that seems to be changing because of the climate change, the emissions that some of these vehicles are producing, and the TFL, the London mayor, are saying, no, we can't just allow you to buy a vehicle that is not up to the standard. If you want to buy the vehicle, you might want to go and check so that you don't end up paying £10,000, 15,000, or even as less as £3,000 for a vehicle, and then you realize that you would have to pay £12.50 every month. I don't think you want that. And that is the reason why you have to stick with the Starr Radio UK, so that we can tell you everything you need to know, whether you are in London studying, whether you live in London, whether you are not going to be in London, or you are just passing through, because we have people that are also passing through. Once again, this is the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London.
This is Starr Radio UK. This is Starr Radio UK. In your car, at work, at home, on your smartphone. Broadcasting worldwide online 24/7. Broadcasting worldwide online 24/7. In your car, at work, at home, on your smartphone. The best radio show. The best radio show.
Yes, we're the best radio show in the town. If you're just coming to London and you're finding out, looking for what to listen to, why not listen to the Starr Radio UK, where we bring you the best of what is happening. Many frustrated students that are now stranded at the airport overnight amid chaos, travel chaos. The last thing, few times, not a lot, few times I've been to the airport, and for a reason sometimes these happen, but for reasons beyond my control, I couldn't travel. How do you feel when you're told by the airline that, Mr. Koiki, it seems that you will not be traveling with us today? How do you react? What is going to be your first reaction if the airline says you are not going to be traveling? How do you react to such kind of news? Do you just accept it as a fate? Or do you start asking questions? Why am I not going to be traveling on this airline, or this flight rather? But it seems that frustrated Scottish students are now stranded at the airport overnight amid the travel chaos at most of the airport. According to drama student Matthew Creed, 26 years old, had to sleep in the Amsterdam airport after his flight was cancelled. At least you can get, I don't think it's very comfortable sleeping at the airport. I've done a few times, not a lot. How about you? Have you traveled and then you end up finding yourself in the midst of flight cancellation. A frustrated and a tired Scottish drama student was left stranded in Amsterdam airport overnight when an air traffic control glitch saw his flight cancelled, forcing him to sleep there. I saw a family in Turkey who will be spending 5 more days because of the same control glitch from the airport by the air traffic. Matthew Creed is a 26-year-old drama student from the Art Hill, became struck at the Tripoli Amsterdam airport after his flight with KLM Royal Dutch Airline to Edinburgh was cancelled. He's not the only one in that situation. Tens of thousands more airline passengers have suffered flight cancellation on Tuesday due to the knock-on impact of what we call the ATC fault. We hope this is going to be resolved as quickly as possible so that many families can return back home as quickly as possible. Once again, this is still the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London.
This is Starr Radio UK. This is Starr Radio UK.
Well, this is Starr Radio UK. Now let's again come back again as we have more to discuss. Why has UK been slammed? Some of the airport. UK worst airport. UK worst airport has now been confirmed as a joke by a live passenger in the new ranking. According to what we can tell you, Liverpool John Lennon Airport has been named the UK best airport. Wow. Maybe I need to start traveling from Liverpool. But that means that I have to first travel all the way to Liverpool, which is going to cost me, arms and legs, like Archie would say. Maybe I might travel overnight on a very cheap train to Liverpool. Maybe I might get a discount. A survey of 4,000 people saw the Mayside Travel Hub come out as top. Customers have praised their experience at the airport. I remember, I think I traveled through Luton. Yes, I did. But I had to go through King's Cross. The journey was not easy because you have to keep dragging those luggages, keep dragging. And then, you get on the train and expect the train to get you to Luton Airport, and you have to. I didn't even realize that you have to board a bus as well. So I don't think I want to travel through Luton Airport. I think my favorite airport is Stansted Airport. Which one is your own favorite airport? Put it in the comment section and let me read that out. Once again, if you're joining us for the first time, yesterday we were singing Timaya. I might play that during 11 o'clock when we go straight to the headline and the update from Nigeria. But for now, we're still looking at some of the headline in UK. I'll be taking you to more other part of the globe as there's a lot happening. There is so much happening, and as many of you are concerned, as many people are worried, it seems that the world is changing, and it's changing very, very fast. What do you think? Do you think that there will be peace in the world that we are living today, or are we going to continue to say that more needs to be done? What is the United Nations saying when it comes to the situation in Sudan? I'll be telling you a little bit more about that. What do we know when it comes to the United Nations? The United Nations have been, speaking, and I'll be telling you more about what I know so far. Once again, a very good morning to Bishop Adeshina. Good morning to you, Latif Abdullah, and those of you that have joined us on the sister broadcast as well. I say good morning and welcome to the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London. And this is the way we welcome you if you're new to this platform. Remember to share the program to your friends and family and tell them that every Wednesday I come up with the Niger Voices, but we couldn't come up yesterday due to some technical glitch. But we are back again today, and I'm sitting for Archie. That is for those of you joining us for the very first time. Once again, this is still the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London, and this is 10:51 at exactly 11 o'clock. We'll be giving you all the headline news from part of what we'd called Africa. But for now, let's go around the world a little bit and see what is happening. It seems that the top news is not just Gabon. There's a lot happening in Europe. So let's come to Europe and tell you some of those headlines as we have it. Nerves and patriotism in Moscow after 18 months of the war. Do you think that the war will be something that we will be putting behind us? 5 rail workers have been killed in a train in Italy. There is nowhere that accident cannot happen. As we speak today, 5 rail workers have been killed in a train in Italy. Meloni partner criticized for Italy rape remarks. It seems also that the notable U.S. Open win is a dream come true. The former world number 1, Caroline Wozniacki, claims the biggest win of her comeback by beating 11th seed Petra Kvitova to reach the U.S. Open. Do you love lawn tennis? Is this something that you would love to visit? Remember that we had the Wimbledon that just went not too far ago. It seems that the Wagner chief Prigozhin is been buried in a private funeral. But I'm reading another article that maybe his double body wasn't the one in the aircraft. What is really going on? Once again, this is the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London. And like I said, it is just coming up to 7 minutes before 11 o'clock where we're going to go straight into what is happening in Nigeria. But for now, I say good morning.
Starr Radio UK. This is Starr Radio UK.
It seems already that there's a lot of drone strike hit several Russian regions. It seems that is a new front of the war. You got to use the drones to get the target. What do you think when it comes to the European Union equal pay protection to be retained? How do you feel when someone is getting more money as a male as against a female? Again, that is part of the news trending in the Europe. And now let's go again to Asia. What do we know that is happening in Asia? Is China economic a ticking time bomb? The 5 years, we are now seeing the British government and the Chinese counterpart yesterday. What do we know? Disengaging with China, not credible, says James Cleverly. Do you agree with him? Do you think that it is time that the UK have a cordial relationship with China? What is your take on that? The foreign secretary was in Beijing, and I'll be giving you a slip of what was discussed. According to what we know, the foreign secretary, James Cleverly, has defended talks with Chinese officials in Beijing, saying that it will not be credible to disengage. After meeting China Vice President James Cleverly said the trip, the first by such a senior UK figure in the last 5 years, would help avoid mistrust and errors. But ahead of his visit, some UK MPs have already attacked the government approach to China as an incoherent. In recent years, the United Kingdom and China relationship have gone sour, like sweet and sour. What is your take on that? Do you think that it is the best option that we have what we call a cordial relationship with China? Do you think that it is the best interest for UK not to abandon that kind of relationship so that we can continue to engage? What is your take on that? Let me read that from the comment section. That is coming straight from the news from Beijing. It seems already that is now trending as UK uses clever visit to steady China ties after a rocky period. Do you think that, this kind of engagement is good for politics, is good for relationship between countries to countries? What is your take on that? UK sees on China saw 12 for resetting with Beijing. It seems already that is a news that is now trending. We are trying to bring that up to you in just about a few minutes. Bear with us once again. This is the finest African and Caribbean radio station. It's just 4 minutes before 11 o'clock.
Starr Radio UK. This is Starr Radio UK. This is Starr Radio UK.
What is your take on that? Do you think that, James having these visit in 5 years? In 5 years, the UK and China relationship have not been in the good interest for the citizens, business. But the UK government thinks that it is time that we have this cordial relationship back as quickly as possible because it will be in the interest of the both countries. Do you agree with such? Or what is your own take on that? All these was part of the conversation that has now gone across the globe. James Clever visit is something that is now being discussed, and I'll be getting you a snip of what is said and what he hasn't said. That is coming up in just about a few minutes, but for now, let's continue to some of the other news across the world. We are still in Asia. Asia, as we know, has a big market. And what is your own take on that? Before we go further, let me go back again into some of the news in Asia. China debt landing property giant report record loss. Hundreds man Australia couple that were killed in a mushroom launch. Wow. What is that all about? It seems that North Korea says it stimulated the nuclear strike on the south. Again, China Prime Minister ate a fish from the Fukushima nuclear plant water. I'm sure some of you must have forgotten about that. Remember that some years back, there was some crisis when Japan rather, they had this situation where there was some kind of nuclear waste that went into so many waters, and a lot of concern was raised there as well. This is the James Clevis before we go further.
Directly with China, alongside our allies, while steadfastly defending our national security and our values. And we can expect profound disagreements. Dealing with China, I can assure you, is not a job for the faint-hearted. They represent a ruthless authoritarian tradition utterly at odds with our own. But we have an obligation to future generations to engage, because otherwise we would be failing in our duty to sustain and shape the international order. Shirking that challenge would be a sign not of strength, but of weakness. A country that wants to be a country that wants a respected place at the apex of the world order should stand up for its own principles and keep its solemn obligations to defend the laws at the very foundation of that order. This responsibility goes hand in hand with China's right to play a global role commensurate with its size and its history.
Well, you've heard that, from James Clever there, telling us a little bit of what we need to know. I'll be telling you more, but as it's coming up now to 11 o'clock, there's still a lot to discuss, but we're going to come back there as we now have to go to some of the news from Africa. I'll be telling you before we go into more in-depth when it comes to Nigeria. Once again, it is still the finest African. It's a morning show where we look at what is happening, most importantly in Africa, but also in the Caribbean as well.
Broadcasting worldwide online 24/7. Broadcasting worldwide online 24/7.
Like I said, from what we are looking at on the satellite, there's a lot of spot of traffic in different locations. And let's see what is traffic when it comes to the area, the vicinity. Right now, if you're traveling, plan those journey very well so that you do not get stuck in what we called the traffic. I don't like the traffic at all. Again, Grant Sharp is now named as our new defense secretary. That is coming up as a news right now. Grant Sharp has been named as the new defense secretary. The 5th cabinet role for Sharp in under a year. Sharp's appointment as defense secretary is the former Tory chair 5th cabinet role in less than a year. Last September, he was removed as a transport secretary by the incoming Prime Minister, Liz Truss. In October, she brought him back into the cabinet as the Home Secretary when Sulia Braverman resigned from the post. 6 days later, Truss herself, the shortest Prime Minister in the history of the United Kingdom. New Prime Minister Rishi Sunak have appointed him as a business secretary. In February this year, Sharp then took on a new role as an energy secretary and a net zero secretary. But as I speak to you this morning, he has been promoted to defense secretary. That is the new news that is trending right now. And again, let's go back into what is going on in Africa. More than 70 people have died in Johannesburg as the fire got migrant building. How did such happen? As we speak to you right now, there is an emergency in South Africa. At least 73 people have died in a fire in Johannesburg building. South African authority is confirming that. More than 50 people have also been injured. Officials say it is unclear what actually sparked the blaze at the city center 5-story building, which had been abandoned but was being occupied by homeless people. Again, part of negligence there. It seems that if a building is not being used and people are using it to be living inside, it is still responsibility of the local government to make sure such people are either moved or the building is safe to live inside. According to a spokesman for the emergency services, Robert, firefighters have been able to bring some of the occupants. He also said that they've got out the building, and the search for more victims was continuing. So it means that more people might be pulled out as well. May souls rest in peace.
Online 24/7.
Well, as more videos continue to come out from the Gabon, coup plotters have paraded their new leader in Gabon. Wow. Seems to be gone wrong in Gabon as Ali Bongo, the family that have been there for 56 years. Seems that has now wind down. Northern Irish manager behind Kenya Giant Revival. Wow. How the military takeover unfolded, I'll be telling you more about that. Also, police have arrested 100 at the gay event in Nigeria. We'll be going into more headline from Nigeria, but for now, if you're joining us, like I said, this is the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London, and it's just coming up to 4 minutes past 11 a.m.
This is Starr Radio UK. This is Starr Radio UK. In your car,
At work.
at home,
On your smartphone. Broadcasting worldwide online 24/7. Broadcasting worldwide online 24/7.
in your car,
At work.
at home.
On your smartphone.
The best radio show. The best radio show.
The morning show.
Well, once again, it is still the morning show. It is Starr Radio UK. It is the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London as we continue with some of those headlines. What is going on in Africa? Nigeria should be the big brother for most African countries. What is your reaction as a Nigerian to the current situation in Gabon? What do you think that African Union is going to do? What do you think the response of the president of the most populous black nation in the world, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is going to do? I'll be telling you more about some of the headlines coming out of Nigeria just as we prepare for that now. Once again, a very good morning and welcome. Africa, Africa, Africa. Maybe we should start with these before we go into it again. How many of you remember that beautiful song by Timaya some few years ago? Timaya was singing, is this the kind of promises from our politicians, whether in Gabon, in Ghana? I'll be telling you all the news in Ghana in just about a few minutes. What is going on? But most importantly, what is the United Nations saying? And also, what is the response of other African countries when it comes to the situation as you say it right now? Right now, let us now listen to Timaya before we go into the news headline from Africa, which is Nigeria and other African countries. Once again, a very good morning and welcome to the Star Radio UK Morning Show. It is the 31st of August 2023. He's a big man and it seems that Africa is going through a lot right now. It's not for hello, Nigerians. Are we all hearing what is going on in Africa? I'll be telling you all the traffic news more before we end this program, but for now, it's all about Africa. Do you know what Jerry Lawrence says? I'll be telling you more about that as well in just about a few minutes. Them tell us that they go bring the change. Oh no. As the thing they go, it seems that the situation in Gabon might also have a big impact. And what is the reaction of the president of the most populous black nation in the world, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? What has been his response when it comes to Gabon coup that it seems that is not going back? Be telling you what the presidency from Nigeria is saying when it comes to the coup in Gabon. Do you know that the person that designed the Nigerian flag have finally gone to rest? Once again, the Nigerian flag is what we call the symbolism of resilience, harmony, and Nigerian spirit. And it's seen President Tinubu tribute celebrate Pa Akikumi dedication to the nation throughout his lifetime, and his everlasting legacy in the annals of Nigerian history. He was the one that designed the Nigerian flag. He has actually gone to where we say the glory at the age of 87. He was also OFR. Pa Taiwo Akikumi designed the Nigerian flag green, white, green. To believe in Nigeria with all your life. Where is President Bola Tinubu speaking with Justin Trudeau of Canada to do with what is happening in Gabon? I'm not sure. Maybe you have an idea. Let's read from you. Anywhere you go na Niger. Now let's go into it before time is now 10 minutes past 11. We come back to Timaya. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and his counterpart, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, had an in-depth phone conversation today, which was yesterday, discussing the enhancement of democratic governance in Africa, deepening investment in agro-processing in Nigeria, and the pivotal role of older democracy in supporting younger African nations in their battles against terrorism and poverty. President Tinubu also highlights Nigeria's significant contribution to Canada's economy and public sector. Conversations also touch on Niger Republic crisis and the unfolding situation in Gabon. What is all that about? What is your take? It seems that the presidency must have woke up yesterday with another coup. Do you think that we should be concerned? Like I said, this is now the full statement from special advisor to the president, chief. I don't know that he has become a chief. Jury Igelale is the media and publicity for special advisor. We thought it was going to be Dele Alake, but it seems that Dele Alake was not interested to be, a special advisor. He wants to be where the real kumukumu is inside. I'm sure you know what I mean by that. Dele Alake wants to be where there is kumukumu, where you can drink kumu with pepper soup, with fish. He doesn't want to be speaking. He wants to be where we will not be able to see him all the time. We hope that all the ministers under this new government will perform. Gabon. What is going on? Let me take you to what I read from. It looks like his poster have now been destroyed. Not only that, let's take you through to what is happening first in Gabon before we move straight to Nigeria. It seems that the Gabon president that have been ousted is now saying, please, I need you all to make noise. I mean, how are they going to make noise? Because what we are told is that the internet has been disconnected. I mean, the Gabon is saying that we should start with this. I don't even know which one to start with. I think we should start with the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Jonathan. This is what Jonathan told us some few years back. Let's listen to it.
Let me use this opportunity to advise us who are politicians and those of us who are in the security services that while we are doing the job we are meant to do, let us not, because the judiciary is very conservative, try to blackmail them or squeeze them. Sometimes when we have political powers, we get blinded. They say sometimes wisdom is consumed with confidence. When we bear the big name, president, governor, all the speakers and so on, we become so blinded, especially even in the security services. When you're holding certain positions, become so blinded. But society is changing, and we must learn, we must admonish ourselves. And civil society is becoming very, very active. And certain things that probably we do and get away with it, we may not get away with it tomorrow. If we take laws into our hands and try to squeeze society, young people will react. It happens when I was a president in a sister country, Burkina Faso, whereby their law, if the president is not there because they have no vice president, is the speaker of the parliament that will take over the country and manage the country. The president wanted to amend the constitution so you go for a third tenure. And from the thinking of society, the parliament was compromised, so the speaker was to do it. The young people in Burkina Faso, the civil society, they mobilized and moved in to the parliament to kill the speaker. The security people couldn't defend it. The speaker has to run away. They burned down the parliament, the national parliament of that country. The mob moved into the state house to attack the president. The president defense squad that was even stronger than national army couldn't stop the mass movement. Otherwise, you kill everybody. The president has to run to Cote d'Ivoire. The country was in a quagmire. The constitution says the president is not there.
No, take over. That is president, rather. Good luck, Ebele Jonathan.
Power.
There is still more to bring to you, but let's come back a little bit and give you some of those headlines coming out of Nigeria. Once again, this is still the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London as we continue to review some of those headlines coming out of Africa. What is your take when it comes to the response of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu? Once again, the United Nations, the Commonwealth, and others have now condemned the coup. The President Bola Tinubu is warning us that there might be more people, there might be more countries that wants to also do what we are saying that is happening around Africa. Do you think that it will be the end of coup in Africa? I was on the social media yesterday and I was reading some other countries that people are thinking that maybe there should be a coup there. What is your take on that? Do you think that we should have more coup, or we should have institutions to defend the real democracy?
Broadcasting worldwide online 24/7. Broadcasting worldwide online 24/7.
Once again, what has been the response of the United Nations? The United Nations briefing yesterday made it known to us that it seems that the Secretary General of the United Nations is not pleased with the current situation in Gabon. And let us now listen to the United Nations spokesperson yesterday.
I will start off, and you won't be surprised, with a statement on the situation in Gabon. The Secretary General is following closely the evolving situation in Gabon. He notes with deep concern the announcement of the election results amid reports of serious infringements of fundamental freedoms. He firmly condemns the ongoing coup attempt as a means to resolve the post-electoral crisis. The Secretary General reaffirms his strong opposition to military coups. The Secretary General calls on all actors involved to exercise restraint, engage in an inclusive and meaningful dialogue, and ensure that the rule of law and human rights are fully respected. He also calls on the National Army and security forces to guarantee the physical integrity of the President of the Republic and his family. The United Nations stands by the people of Gabon.
Well, you just heard that. That is the United Nations briefing. Once again, if you're joining us, this is the Starr Radio UK morning show where I am giving you all the news around the world. You've heard now from the United Nations. But it seems someone was also asking for help from his friends. I know we are talking about the news update from Nigeria, but when we talk about Nigeria, we almost talk about Africa. This is the reaction that came out again from a video that was sent out asking for his friends to come and help him out. I'm not sure whether, the ouster president of Gabon that have been in power for a very long time, whether it is right to be in power, because I actually come across a video of him stating that if senators in America have been there for 40 years, what makes it different if he is going to be in power for as much as he likes? Do you agree with that view? What is your own take on all these development that is happening across Africa? Many Nigerians are still concerned that we do not know what is going to be the outcome of what we call the Presidential Election Tribunal. But already so much is being said as of today. Once again, as we are preparing you for more of what is the development, this is how the ouster president of Gabon told us in London some few years back. You know that when things happen, people go and dig whatever archive that they can bring on you. I'm sure you all understand what I'm saying. The ouster president of Gabon is already saying these. I'm talking about President Ali Bongo that has now been disposed. This is what he said when he was asked a question in London, in Oxford. Let's listen to that.
helping us to organize, many.
Let's try to get that from the beginning so that we can have a proper understanding of what he says.
The story that we'll hear will be a more positive one.
1 minute, bear with us.
Oh, okay, yes.
It seems that the video is still in place. I'll come back to that video in just about a few minutes. But let me take you through some of the headline currently in Nigeria today. Good morning to those of you that have joined us on the sister broadcast, and good morning to those of you that are watching us on the Starr Radio. If you haven't shared the button, why not click your hand on it and share it and invite more people. Grandma Leah Jai said good morning to you. Samuel Adeyemi said good morning to you. And I say good morning to many of you that have joined us as well on all the other platforms. But if you're watching me right on the Starr Radio UK, you might want to say shout out to me so that I can also say a shout out to you as well. Like I said, Archie will be back tomorrow, but I'm here, on behalf of Archie and the team, all the sound engineers, everyone that is working behind. Good morning, Alonzo Wilson. Nice to meet you. Radio sound good from Honorable Alonzo Wilson. Thank you so much. He says the radio is sounding very good. Good morning, Shamsuddin. Good morning to those of you that are live with us on the Starr Radio. If you haven't distributed this message, why not do so right now? Like I said, I'll be coming back to what, President Ali Bongo said at the Oxford School 4 years ago. It was actually defending what we called, I'm told that is cracking. Where is the cracking coming from? Not too sure where the cracking is coming from. Maybe because there is pressure on the other platform. Bear with us. We see what we can do to stop that cracking. I'm told that there's a cracking going on. Let's see if we can, do some magic around the cracking. We don't like to hear cracking. We don't like cracking. We want everything to be working perfectly, sound-wise. So let me know if everything is still working, in accordance. For those of you that are watching us from around the globe, and especially those of you from the sister broadcast. Again, let's listen to this.
That's why they do it. But they really don't believe in it, because on the ground, they see the difficulty, And so I don't believe that, term limits, improve, the democracy. I don't believe in that, and we've seen that, in many cases in Africa. That's not really. You need a certain time to apply your program, and that's not done, in a country where you have no term limits. And then, as you start implementing, you have to think of your re-election, and that means that if you have tough measures, to apply, you won't do that because you will be thinking of re-election because you have a 5-year term. So you are campaigning for your re-election. Okay, you win, then you said, I'm going to. And then those people don't listen, they don't listen to you anymore because they say, they know you're leaving office and you have a tough time. So in reality, in just 2 terms, you only have a few years really where you can work. Now, it is also fair to say that in most European countries, there are no term limits. And you can't say that these countries are not democratic. So you see, term limits is not really linked to democracy.
This was 4 years ago when President of Gabon on sustainable economic transformation.
Some guys are in the Senate. They have been for 40 years. And you know that the power lies in the Senate in America. So why not apply then term limits to everyone, to every electoral office? That would be then fair, and not just the president. And the guy when he was a president faces the toughest election. But he's the one, when you apply term limits to.
So do you agree with him that we shouldn't have what we call term limit?
Re-election.
Everybody should just allow to be there for as long as you want to be in there. What is your take on that? Let's talk about some of the other news headlines. A UK-based Nigerian fraudster has now been extradited to United States of America and jailed for 90 months. crime is not the best. What do we know? International criminal organization using schemes that target and steal from elderly will be held responsible for their despicable action, according to Special Agent in Charge Scott Brown of HSI. A Nigerian national have been sentenced to prison for international scheme that defrauded elderly people in United States of America. Is a dual UK and Nigerian national. They will live a lifestyle that most of you would think, wow. But most of them are fraudsters and criminals. I've told you this so many times. They drive in a Mercedes Benz. They drive the big cars. But yet, these are fraudulent money, just like Hush Puppy. Just like we know that even Abba Kyari is wanted in America, but it seems that because he's in Nigeria, he's been given a bail condition. This is why many Nigerians do not have respect around the world today anymore. As a Nigerian citizen, wherever you are, these are the bad images that fall on us, that we cannot even get visas to Dubai and Turkey anymore. Let's go into it. This man is a UK and Nigerian national, but he has now been taken to United States from United Kingdom and is now been sentenced to 90 months in prison for his role in what we call transnational inheritance fraud scheme. With today's sentence, all three defendants were extradited from the United Kingdom in connection with this matter, have been sentenced. What is their name? According to the court document, Ifeanyi Jonathan Abraham, 44, was part of a group of fraudsters that sent personalized letters to elderly victims in the United States, falsely claiming that the sender was a representative of a bank in Spain and the recipient was entitled to receive multi-million-dollar inheritance left for the recipient by family member who had died. I'm sure some of you must have come across these kind of emails. We call it phishing emails. You have to be very, very careful. You don't buy a loan, do not get involved in anything of sort because it is all crime. If you get involved, you are likely to also face the consequence. You will lose money. You will be affected. This is why we are saying that the brand called Nigeria is having impact. We want to know who is a criminal, whether we are Yoruba criminals, Igbo criminals, Hausa, or the 350 ethnic group. But all these will not be clear if we are continue to be part of that entity called Nigeria. Hush Puppy was a criminal, but he was living a lifestyle that many Nigerians, youth, even elderly people would love to live. You know, sometimes when you look at Hush Puppy images, you ask yourself, wow, it travels on the first class with a special cuisine on the airline. He also enjoys a lot of life. But most of those money, we have now found out, are crime against humanity. So what do we know? These individuals, the other two defendants who were also extradited from the United Kingdom, also received prison sentence. On June 21, is also known as the Honorable Kathleen M. Williams, sentenced Emmanuel Samuel to 82 months in the prison. And also on July 25th, George Williams sentenced Jerry Chooks also to 87 months in prison for their roles in scheme. Two other co-defendants who were extradited in the United States from Spain have also pleaded guilty and they are scheduled to be sentenced in October. So as many Nigerians that are innocent, hardworking, your name now has been added to part of those names, whether you are in or not, because anytime people hear Nigeria, oh my Lord, you have to run 440. Again, as we go into more of the headline, more Nigerians are buying and riding bicycle in Bauchi because of the fuel petrol. What do you think? Maybe it's a good exercise. Maybe it is a good interest of many Nigerians that the subsidy is not coming back, and you might have to start thinking of an alternative way to travel from point A to B. Bicycle riding is becoming more popular among residents as it proves to be cost-effective, easy transportation, difficulties, and it will also improve your health. Some bicycle dealers in Bauchi are making bricks businesses due to the increased patronage occasioned by the petrol pump price. Will you ride a bicycle as against your vehicle? What do you think?
Broadcasting worldwide online 24/7. Broadcasting worldwide online 24/7.
Let's go to more other headline coming out of the news in Nigeria, but again, I still have more audio to play to you. The UK tops list of registered Nigerians in diaspora. The United Kingdom has now become the top of the list of registered Nigerians in diaspora. That literally means that there are more Nigerians living in the United Kingdom compared to anywhere in the world. According to NIDCOM, launched its data mapping and registry portal in Abuja in a bid to galvanize holistic and realistic data of Nigerians in diaspora. If you're watching me this morning, what part of the world are you watching from? Good morning to you again. To those of you on the Twitter space, on the TikTok, on the Instagram, we are live on the Starr Radio UK Morning Show, where I am giving you the news update from Nigeria and around the world, as we say. Once again, although the Commission did not prove a figure for the total number of registered diaspora, the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs put Nigeria diaspora population as at 2020. Guess what? Take this figure. You can take it to anywhere because that is what the United Nations is saying. 1.7 million Nigerians are living in diaspora as at 2020, 3 years ago data. Again, do you know why many Nigerians are traveling out of Nigeria? The passport office said yesterday that it is not right for many Nigerians to be living when you can, for trying to get a Nigerian passport has become an edict. My wife actually sent me a video that I was watching this morning where the woman was saying, look at my British passport for my son. This is the old one. And she's now showing the new one. This is the new one. This passport was sent to me without leaving my house. When are we going to get to the stage where you can get a Nigerian passport, even for those of us that are diaspora? What other countries do we have the population of Nigerians after United Kingdom? The UK stand at 22.5%. Many more of you are in America, the United States of America, with 21.4%. Once again, this is the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London, and I say good morning, good afternoon, from wherever you're watching us around the globe. Let's continue. More Nigerians probably will not be able to get to United Arab Emirates if they've refused to change their policy when it comes to those that are there for renewal. 5.4% of Nigerians have migrated to United Arab Emirates, known as UAE. Let's talk about some other countries. We have 4.8 of you in Qatar. In Canada, remember that the president spoke about the relationship between Canada and Nigeria, where significant contribution to Canada economy and public sector. Many Nigerians at 11:35 a.m., 31st of August 2023, on the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London, while I am sitting also for Archie this morning.
Starr Radio UK. This is Starr Radio UK.
That is the network, it's Starr Radio UK. Remember to follow us on Twitter. Let's continue with the percentage of many Nigerians that living around the world. In Canada, 4.4% of Nigerians are living in Canada. In South Africa, where we have so many Igbos and the Yorubas that are doing very well, but also we have those that are also doing the otherwise and destroying the images of the others. 4% of you are living in South Africa, Germany. I'm not sure many Nigerians want to go to Germany because you have to go and learn language. And that is what makes it different when those that are agitating are saying that we want our own sovereignty so that we can speak our own dialect. It seems that those dialects have been changed. And the reason why there's pressure across Africa today, I'll be telling you a little bit more on that at exactly 11:37 right now. Again,
UK. This is Starr Radio UK.
In your car, at work, at home, on your smartphone. Broadcasting worldwide online 24/7. Broadcasting worldwide online 24/7.
Again, we have about 2.5% of Nigerians living in Germany. 2.3% of you are living in Saudi Arabia. 2.3% of Nigerians are living in Italy, and I know we have a lot of Biafrans that are in Italy and Germany, and they are doing very well for those in the support of self-determination. And we are looking forward to the conference that is coming up, the Biafra conference in Finland. We'll be looking forward to that as well. We have many of you in Ghana. 1.5% of Nigerians have left Nigeria to be in Ghana. And 1.1% of you are living in Malaysia. Malaysia was a country that Nigeria gave what we call the palm oil. They are now the second producer in the world after Indonesia. Where is the big Africa, the biggest, the most populous black nation in Africa? We have 0.9% of Nigerians in Spain. We have 0.9% of Nigerians in France. France. What is going on? You can hear why I'm calling France. The reason why I've been calling France is because the next audio you're going to listen to is coming from Jerry Rollins, talking about France and why we should be concerned, or maybe not. I will tell you more about that. But for now, we have more of you in Uganda. We have more Nigerians as well in Australia, 0.7%. In China, 0.7%. In Benin Republic, where we also have many Yorubas, we have 0.7%. 0.7% Nigerians are living in Sierra Leone. 0.7% are living in Turkey, and we also have a big liar, a Yoruba media man that is there telling lies that they've got a country. You haven't got a country yet. Stop telling people lies. When you say you have a country, the question is that country in Idumota or somewhere in Ojuelegba? We have a Yoruba man that lives in Turkey. He has not even gone to tell the Turkish government that he's now have his own country because he's still using the Nigerian system in Turkey. And we know that Turkey, if you don't marry the citizen, you are not likely to become a regular there because you will only be given a little permit to live there. Even if you are given a work permit, I'm sure some of you know how difficult it is. So when somebody like that is coming out on the social media and saying, we have got a country and we are bringing our interim government very soon, the question is a lie. There's nothing called a Yoruba country as we speak right now. All we are still saying is we want our right and our quest. But they declare their country on YouTube and they've made it a laughing stock. He lives in Turkey. He's part of the 0.7%, but he has not gone to the Turkish government and say, I have got a Yoruba nation. I don't want to be known as Nigerian anymore or as a Nigeria anymore. I now want to be known as a Yoruba nation country. These are part of the lies that have now become part and parcel of the Yoruba campaign from these other group that have become the splinter group. Just like we have them as well in the doors. Remember that people were saying that Nnamdi Kanu wrote a letter. Eventually now we are also hearing that Nnamdi Kanu say, God, I will never apologize or forgive for asking anyone to even say I should forgive, how was the headline? I want to get it right. Nnamdi Kanu spoke, some 72 hours ago. And he actually said that begging the federal government for my freedom is an insult, which I totally agree with. So when we are saying that we are not yet there, even the Biafra only have what they call the government in exile. There is nothing called Yoruba nation as a country yet. If you are part of those that are, shout out to you Aziz, shout out to you Akinlade, and good morning to you. Once again, if anyone tells you that we have a Yoruba nation, just tell them, where is that Yoruba nation? Is that in Ojo Elegba or in Okokomaiko? Let's listen now to Gabon X. What? Is it X or is it just Ulster? Because I don't know whether he's going to come back as well. But this is what he said yesterday. Actually, I don't know how we want us to make noise. But we are making noise there for you on the Star Radio UK. Let's listen to him.
I'm Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of Gabon. And I'm to send a message to all the friends that we have all over the world to tell them to make noise, for the people here have arrested me and my family. My son is somewhere, my wife is in another place, and I'm at the residence. Right now, I'm in the residence, and nothing is happening. I don't know what's
he said
going
nothing is happening.
So
he doesn't know what is going on. He's calling on all of us. We should make noise.
To make noise.
We must make noise.
To make noise.
We are making the noise already.
I'm thanking you.
Okay, we thank you too.
Thank you.
Thank you too. Thank you too. Thank you too. Well, that is when they are playing the cat and mice. It did not even allow journalists during the election. He actually gagged every media. He actually turned off the internet until the military overthrown him and the internet was brought back. There's jubilation already in Gabon. But already, this is what Jerry Lawrence said as well some few years back. Okay, it looks like there's another record that is out already. That is not what I'm looking for. Where is that video of... okay, I'll see if I can find that in just a few minutes. There's a lot going on the social media. But we still have more to discuss. For now, it is still the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London. I'd like to welcome those of you that have joined us. We are still about 15 minutes before the end of the program. And I want to really tell you what I did heard from Jerry. I'm sure some of you remember him very well. He was, very popular during, not Jerry Spring. We're not talking about Jerry Spring. Or don't think it's Jerry Spring. Jerry Rawlings. I'm sure some of you know him very well. Also, the quote of the week. I was born here in Rwanda. I grew up in Uganda. My wife was born in Burundi. We met in Kenya. We are here. So Africans, that is who we are. We are brothers and sisters. This is coming from Paul Kigami. Do you believe that? Do you agree with him? What is your take on all these? It seems that there's a lot going on, and I'm trying to find that particular video for Jerry Rawlings. It seems that there's a lot of posters being destroyed of what we can say of Ali Bongo. Ali Bongo is now asking everybody, please, please let us. It seems that I might have to. Now, where is the video, the audio? All right. I'm sure I saw it this morning. Maybe it's not. A joyful morning to you, Mrs. Oreolua, and good morning. Once again, let's take more from I will find that of the Jerry Rawlings in just about a few minutes. Bear with me. We need to definitely play that. I love what Jerry Rawlings was saying in that particular audio. This is still the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London. My name is Olayomi Koiki. I'm also sitting for Archie this morning. Bear with us, those of you on the TikTok. So if you've joined me for the first time, you must have been seeing me on the Star Radio UK every Monday to Friday, 11 o'clock. But this morning we started a little bit early because Archie has some other engagements. So I am right here. Let us now go and find that particular clip. There's still more headline. There's still more update. Once again, let us go back to our brother Timaya, telling us what we need to know when it comes to our representative. I'll be telling you before we go as well what the indigenous people from the Biafra, the Yoruba, are discussing and what they are also saying as well. Once again, as we are preparing for that, Timaya, let me remind you again, this is the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London. Let's play Timaya a little bit, and then I'll come back again to you in just a while. Once again, this is Timaya pity us. Very hard in Nigeria. The economy is biting. Many people are asking for help, support, and we hope the government will put out the palliatives to support many Nigerians.
Politicians, please pity for us.
Do you think that the politicians in Africa cares, or what do you think? What is your take on that? Do you think that they really care, or they are just a noisemaker? I've been watching and listening carefully to Nelson Wike. He says, I'm still a member of the PDP, even though I'm working for APC. Interesting times ahead. Nigeria, or you are now asking question about who are the real Nigerians and what is the meaning of Nigeria? Because people are now asking, come and tell me the meaning of Nigeria. Nobody can tell us the meaning of Nigeria. What is the language of Nigeria? What is the culture of Nigeria? Nobody can tell us anything. What is the international community saying when it comes to the coup in Gabon? I'll be telling you all that as well. What is trending on the social media this morning? Let's take a look at it quickly before we go back into Timaya. Obasanjo is trending, Supreme Court is trending, Obedience is trending, Arewa is trending. It looks like Aisha Yusuf is saying that Muslims, beggars, you go to the church every Sunday and ask for help from the Christian, but you are the same people that come out and lash them as well. Do you also know that we have the Yoruba radio that has been established, the online and the shortwave? How are you going to be part of it in terms of making it to continue to be funded properly? Do you think that you should be able to think of now so that that particular radio can continue the transmission on the short wave? Once again, this is still the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London, and this is coming up to you at exactly 11:49 as we continue to review all the news headlines around the globe. That is for those of you that are joining me for the very first time.
Broadcasting worldwide online 24/7. Broadcasting worldwide online 24/7.
It seems that there's what I call woto. Let's talk about it now. Let's come back now. The Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic government in exile 2023, also a human rights activist, a CEO, senior legal advisor, and also known as Simon Ekpa. What is he saying? It seems also that there's a lot happening when it comes to the Biafra. The Biafra Republic government in exile business team have now invited most of you for a Zoom meeting. The topic is bridge final presentation for Ebube Gara Properties. Remember that the former president was, we had the report that he actually funded the killings of innocent people in the southeast. Oh my Lord, Buhari has a lot to answer for. Also, as we can tell you that there is still more palliative update after the 2 weeks historical sit-at-home by the Biafra government that continue to touch lives of Biafrans that Nigeria has destroyed. Again, last one is at 6 p.m. local time today, 1800 hours. The breaking news from the government in exile. The Prime Minister of Biafra will have what they call an emergency press briefing at 6 p.m. Biafra time to make the position of the Biafra government known to the Gabonese citizens, just as he made it known during the Niger, and the world at large at the same time to address the illegitimate president of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Don't miss it, tag all the Gabonese current officials Also, the Yorubas rally is kicking back again from the United Nations General Assembly. All this is now been announced by the leader of the Yoruba Self-Determination, Professor Adebanji Akintoye, the oracle of our time. Now also being put together by the mega rally team, where they have now finalized the date, the time on the 19th of September next month, which we are just 24 hours into the new month. How many of you witnessed and saw the full moon? Let us make sure we make use of the double moon in the month of August. Very blue moon, very sharp. You can see it from far distance. How many of you will be participating in the Yoruba Nation rally at the New York, where the United Nations General Assembly will be taking place? Remember that Bola Tinubu, the president, will be attending. So I've been told to tell as many of you that next month, where we are just 24 hours, the Yoruba Nation rally will be coming up again. Once again, that is the latest, as we also ask many of you, 500, donate $10 each. And that will go a long way to sustain the Yoruba Nation radio that was launched some few weeks back. I'm sure some of you have been listening to that. We have to have as many of these platforms to be able to get our message across the globe. So when people say, how many radio stations do you need? How many online broadcasters do you need to get the self-determination message? We need as many. So today, the message is, the Yoruba Nation radio and TV can be downloaded on the Play Store. There is now a need for urgent financial support. 500 Yoruba Omoluabis and friends are needed to make a minimum of $10 or more as a monthly subscription or donations for the Yoruba Nation campaign for the Yoruba Nation radio and TV. We must continue to fund it until we get to the final stage where we can now say that will be taken care of by whatever government of the day of the Yoruba Nation. Once again, this is Starr Radio UK at 11:54 a.m., 31st of August, 2023. As we continue the campaign, as we continue the awareness, more awareness is needed to tell the world that we, the indigenous people, we like to have our own self-determination. Also, the news is coming out that Claire Cotto, Member of Parliament, has now been appointed as the Secretary of State for Energy and Security. As we are 6 minutes before the end of the program this morning, Imo-based journalist Nosun Ikwa, detained by the Nigerian police for allegedly insulting Governor Uzodinma Asari Dokubo, have now regained the freedom. I hope is not in a serious medical situation. We know because when people are kidnapped, like Daddy Yati, up to today, nobody knows where Daddy Yati is, yet we know that El Rufai knows a little bit about where Daddy Yati is. As we are preparing to say to the world that freedom of speech must be allowed, Ikwa was released on Tuesday, exactly 10 days after the Federal High Court order is released. Imagine the court says he must be released 10 days ago, yet the court is not respected. How do you expect a country to function? How do you expect a country to continue to live in its own expectation to the international community? Release him is a court order, just like we might disagree with Emefiele. Release Emefiele, no. Release Nnamdi Kanu, no. And you want every one of us that are campaigner, that I strongly believe that is my right for self-determination, just like the Scottish are also demanding the same thing. And for the Yoruba that keep saying that we do not need any more rallies, we've done enough protests, do you know that the Scottish people are holding the next rally within the next few weeks again? Why do you want to stop something that will create awareness? Why do you want to stop a campaign that more people will be interested to know who we are? Because as we speak today, many Yorubas that are campaigning for the Yoruba nation are now being accused of working with Bola Tinubu, the president, because many Nigerians that are not in belief of the self-determination are saying, well, you were all out there every day shouting, campaigning during President Muhammadu Buhari when he was the president. How come the momentum has dropped after Tinubu has become the president? Even some are becoming a little bit skeptical. Let me say it again. The Yoruba do not have anything called a Yoruba nation country, but we are people that have been known before the 1914 fraudulent amalgamation by the colonial era. So when we are talking about the continuity of our campaign, it's not just on the social media. We must be out there, visible. Ogun pastor set lady on fire during a special prayer. What is going on in Ogun State? I saw the governor has become an emperor. I'm talking about Dapo Abiodun, the governor, where people were prostrating. The local government chairman were prostrating because they want to be fed by the governor. The reason why the function of local government is not working is because people prostrate to the governor. The governor has become the emperor of the state when he's there to serve the people. It seems that one of the local government chairman said that the governor is taking the money meant for the local government. And the governor called every one of them, and they were all prostrating and kneeling down. What kind of society is this? Is this the kind of society that you want some of us to be part of? Is this the kind of politics that you want us to play with? This is Starr Radio UK, your finest African and Caribbean radio station in London, as we're just 2 minutes before checking out. And we will be saying to those of you that tomorrow, Archie will be back on the desk. I will be back as well. But before we leave you, let me tell you, a 21-year-old lady identified as Shukura Owoduni has allegedly been set ablaze by a pastor, Taiwo Odebiyi, when he was trying to perform deliverance on her at his Cherubim and Seraphim Meberu parish located in Ofi in Shagamu area of Ogun State. Another abuse of religion. Another abuse of those that want to be set of deliverance. And when that is going to happen, it seems fire have now taken control and the young woman has been allegedly set ablaze. This happened on August 17. You will be wondering why this news is just filtering out, because they were trying to probably suppress it. We know that. We know this is what they do. The reason why news are delayed in Nigeria is because they do not want us to know until someone out there brings the news out. But in the Starr Radio UK, what we do is we bring the news out to you every Monday to Sunday. Later on tonight is all about the property hours. I'm not talking about those of you that want to be using stolen wealth from Africa to buy the property. If you want a genuine property, listen to us tonight at the property hour at 8 o'clock when our colleague and presenter will be bringing that to you. Once again, this is the finest African and Caribbean radio station in London.
This is Starr Radio UK. This is Starr Radio UK. In your car,
At work,
at home,
on your smartphone. Broadcasting worldwide, online 24/7.
Thank you so much, those of you that have joined us. That is the Starr Radio UK. I have to take the seat for Archie this morning. Thank you so much, those of you on the Twitter space as well. I hope you enjoy my morning. Imagine you do this in Nigeria. Now DSS will come carry me before I even leave the studio. Make I turn on my mic for my people with the mixer loud. So once again, appreciation to many of you that have joined us. We are now back to the Koiki Media platform. We just concluded with the Starr Radio UK, which I do every Monday, but I have to start a little bit early today because I was in charge of the other areas. Well, as many of you will know, we have said it times and times again, Nigeria is not for me and you. But no one believe now, no one believe waiting those waiting inside Nigeria won't tell you now. Make I talk small. Make I go tell my children so I don't finish because I don't tell them make them keep their noise very, very low. So while I'm going to do that, let me find something to, I don't even know whether I should end things and start fresh so that way I do not, how many hours have we done? We'll take just about, 1 hour 46 minutes. I think we can just hold it, continue. We can continue. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to start the other platform, which is we keep telling our people to join me, but I know some of them are still finding it difficult to get the message. We only have 10 people watching me on the backup channel. I've told them that every day we will not be able to. Somebody sending a request. Who be that? Uzo Chuku, disciple of. Hold on with me there, my brother. Shout out to those of you on the Mixlr, Comrade Plan B. Good morning, Eyeyotemi, on all the platforms. I don't want to bring it too close like that, so let me just have it like that. How una day? Making a note that yesterday, your boy did busy. I did very, very busy yesterday. That is the reason why you couldn't catch up with me. I couldn't even make it to the Starr Radio UK, Niger Voices. It was a very, very long day yesterday. I might be losing me. It was a long day as usual, so I couldn't come online. Thank you so much. Let's ask the question. What I've just done now. Radio is nothing new. It's nothing big. It's something that you love to do. But can you really speak like this in Nigeria? That is the topic I want us to talk about. So let me start the Koiki Media so that we can have a full program running as well. Let's see if we can get that in. Shout out to every one of you. How in a day? How in a day? How in a side? Everything they work. Everything they work. Okay, now we're live back on the Koiki Media. So they've actually missed the first. So now I'm just gonna put there. So do we have freedom in Nigeria today? And I'm going to open the phone line. Do we have freedom in Nigeria today? With a question mark. That is the topic. Do we have freedom in Nigeria today? With a question mark. Do we have freedom in Nigeria today? Again, is Yoruba Nation versus Nigeria. Yoruba Nation versus, sorry, I'm just putting my headline, versus Nigeria. So let's talk. Yoruba Nation versus Nigeria. Pick one. Pick one. So now let's put Yoruba Nation hashtag there. I love my people. How many of you don't see my no self-determination is too big? So let me put Koiki Media as a hashtag. How many people don't see all my Notting Hill Carnival video? My Biafra people, say you not like those carnival video. Say you think, say if you operate like that inside Nigeria. So people don't they raise their hand. I go bring everybody in just about 3 minutes. But they know you're the bad boy. He say yes, so you can speak in Nigeria when you are ready to stay in the forest. You're the bad boy. They bring people in. Now I go first tell my pikin, say my children, I don't hold them, they don't feel do anything. Make I first go bring them, make them come do their own thing. So enjoy this song. Everybody go talk. Yeah, we get time, and I go talk. Make I approve now. But when I approve, you just mute your mic, I beg. If you want to come on TikTok as well, I go bring you in. But may I enjoy this Sunday Igboho song. Then make I, change my heart. But make I enjoy this one. Now Yoruba, Àgàgà ọmọ tó ti ga ìrìnàjò bàbá rẹ̀. Dábàá mi rìn ẹ̀ ṣàgbọ́n mi. Sunday kò ṣá owó bíi. Dábàá mi rìn ẹ̀ ṣàgbọ́n mi. Ọmọdé ẹmọ tẹ̀rí ẹ̀ ó kọjá kiri mi. Nìkan kì í ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ àgbo òòṣà. Ẹ bá ti rí ọ̀rẹ́ àgbo òòṣà. Mẹ́kù tó fi torí òòṣà. Mẹ́kù tó fi tìrù òòṣà. Nínú àwọn tó ń ṣàdáni Sunday Igboho òòṣà. Akọni ọmọ ìsàlẹ̀ jẹ́ ìjọba jẹ́rán májà tó dá. Ìbò bàjẹ́ tó jẹ́rán. Apátápárá òòṣà tó ń para ẹ̀ lájú bá. Ó kọjá ọkùnrin mẹ́ta. Ìṣẹ̀dá ọkùnrin mẹ́sàn-án. Sunday lọkùnrin kàkà tó mọ́. Ọmọ abẹ́rẹ́ mẹ́ta òòyà ayé òòjẹ̀lẹ̀. Bó ṣe ń fìkan gún ọ lójú. Ó ń fìkan gún ọ lẹ́nu. Ọ̀kan tó kù ló ti gún ọ lọ́nà fún. Oníwẹ̀ ọmọ aládìgbò. Oníwẹ̀ ọmọ adé ẹmọ mọ̀. Ẹbẹ́ yìí ọmọ orí adé ọmọ bẹ̀rẹ̀ láwẹ̀. Ọmọ òkúta mẹ́ta ó lè ṣe lójúde ọba. Bẹ́ẹ̀ni, ọ̀pọ̀ kọ́ mi lẹ̀sẹ̀ lálọ́, ọ̀pọ̀ sì kọ́ mi lẹ̀sẹ̀ lábọ̀. Ẹ̀kẹta nígbà tí mi ò mọ̀ mo wà lálàdé àdínkù. Mo ní mo mórí adé lọ́mọ lásẹ̀ gírí. Orí adé ọmọ aládé ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ rí. Ẹ̀yin lòrò olúwa tí wọ́n tó kú bọ̀ wá bò ṣá. Ọmọládé ń dàdé ládé. Ọjọ́ tára fi ò ládé. Ṣèbádé aládìkú làgbà. Wọ́n láàfin tí bàbá dẹ̀ fi ń ṣọ́gà. Ọmọdé ẹmọ ọmọ aládé nìkan ọmọ ọba. Ẹ̀bà mi ẹ̀ ṣàgbọ́n mi. Sunday kò ṣá owó bíi. Ẹ̀bà mi rìn ẹ̀ ṣàgbọ́n mi. Ọmọdé ẹmọ tẹ̀rí ẹ̀wọ̀n kọjá kiri mi. Nǹkan kì í ṣẹ̀ṣẹ̀ àgbo òòṣà. Ẹ bá ti rí ọ̀rẹ́ àgbo òòṣà. Mẹ́kù tó fi torí òòṣà. Mẹ́kù tó fi tìrù òòṣà. Nínú àwọn lórí ṣàdáni Sunday Igboho òòṣà. Akọni ọmọ akọni is a legend of our time.
He's a legend of our time. Let me go quickly to Ugo Uzochukwu. Unmute yourself. Let's hear from you. The topic and the question is: do we have freedom in Nigeria today? I mean, I didn't put Biafra, but I just see Yoruba Nation versus Nigeria. I know you guys are Biafra. Let's hear from you. Go ahead, release your speaker. And those of you that wants to call in as well, I'm going to give you the number. It's a live program. Everybody's listening. We are live on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Now go ahead. Let me enjoy what you want to tell me.
Hey, well.
Moleni.
South Africa, Moleni.
Okay.
The customers will say Moleni. And Universe will say,
okay, so Meleni is the afternoon in Africa or morning?
Moleni can be used in the morning, can be used afternoon.
Okay.
Can be used in the evening.
Okay. The general creatives. Okay, interesting. Go ahead, my brother. You're live. We can hear you.
Yes, thank you, my brother. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
It's my pleasure and a great thing to be on your space, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
I think it's my first time to speak on your space. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I don't think you've spoken before. Yeah.
I've been listening to you several times on different platforms. I never knew I've already requested for the mic.
Okay.
I was just shocked
when you hear that name. All right, go ahead. Don't. I think I'm sure you are used to it now. I think now same thing now. You must have something to say now. Something to share with us. You must have something to share with us.
Yes, you were talking about speaking fluently or speaking without harassment in Nigeria. Is that
that's correct? Yes, that's it. That's what I said. You're right.
Okay. And I don't think on earth that is ever possible with the kind of country we have been subjected into by the Fulanis and empowered and backed up by the useless Britain, which has amalgamated us into witchcrafts and into stupidity, into slavery, into destruction and annihilation. So, in such a country where there is no justice, in such a country where a kingpin drug lord is assigned, elected, not even elected, was he elected? Stupidly pioneered by Britain and France and the neo-colonizers and colonizers into power.
Okay.
And for those who stupidly out of money hunger, serving their stomach from the Sioux country and from all facets of life, who have been empowered by the Japan idiotic money. Ghana must go that exchanged hands in the name of election, and hereby empowered him and stupidly brought him to stupid power.
Okay.
In that kind of situation and country, there can never be freedom of speech. In fact, I heard you saying a lot of things, and when you said if it was in Nigeria, by now DSS was
before I finish that program, now inside that dungeon, but don't be now. If I don't take me to Abuja on the road, though, they're not gonna take me by air now on the road, though, and they go don't beat my road.
You can't believe. During what's his name? This idiotic foolish man that was ruling Hannes Ndoshi before he died. And I cursed him. Other people also cursed him before he died. What's his name? The idiot that was Hannes the chairman, Hannes the leadership. Before he died, he approached me one day from my platform and said, where are you even residing? Come to me. I can make you what you need to become. How much do you need? You need to stop all this thing that you're doing on Facebook. You need to stop all this awareness you're creating. You need to stop this and that biography thing that you're carrying on your head. Where are you residing? Where are you? This and that. Come to me. How much do you need? I can empower you. I can make you become. Blah, blah, all those long 4 pages or long pages. There were almost 3 pages that he wrote. Trying to corner me to one side. I said, my friend, you cannot, whoever you are, if you are Obidoso, you can't buy my conscience. And I don't need your money. What we need is Biafra freedom. To hell, perish you with your money. Paul said to this city that was asking him to sell the money to him. Paul said to him, perish you with your money. Perish you, die with your money. And here he is gone. He's dead and buried. Wow. Like Muhammad Buhari. Wow. In fact, there is no freedom in the zoological republic. There is no justice. A place where people that are calling for self-determination are being kept in the dungeon for years because they're asking for freedom. Because they're calling for self-determination. If there is freedom, if there is self-determination, why won't somebody have freedom of speech? Why won't somebody comment free and go freely? But no, if you say what is the truth, they will come after you. If you say there is no water running, they will come after you. If you say no, we have electricity, we should have electricity, they will come after you. If you say no, this oil belongs to us, why is it being sold to a useless country? And they are making us monetizing us, using our resources to build their place, and why we suffer. If you say so, they will say no. They will say, come, bring his head. Oh yeah, put his head on the platform, on the placard, so that we can bury him here. If there is justice, Nigeria is not a place where you can find justice. A lot of things, a place where there is no election and people are being sworn and put into power, yet there is no election. Yet nobody brought him to power, and yet he's ruling. He is answering state governor, state minister, prime minister, senator, all those gallivanting names. A lot of them that are put in there in those positions are not being promoted. Not being recruited or voted in by anybody. But rather, instead, they were stupidly brought into power by those money mongers and those idiotic laws that have called themselves the laws of election where there's no election. Democracy where there's no democracy. Politics where there's no state politics. But rather enticement, aggrandizement, enslavement of the masses. You call it political system. You call it democracy. A useless environment entity. That animal kingdom, that zoological kingdom. Animal kingdom is better for me. My brother, there is no peace for the wicked. Nigeria can never have peace again. I'm glad it's breaking the pieces. The dissolution of Nigeria is the peace of the masses.
Okay.
I say it again. The dissolution of Nigeria is a peace of the masses.
Why? So why do we still have many Nigerians that still have this hope that there will be freedom of speech, there will be autonomy in their job, there will be governance? Even Shetima in the headline yesterday, no, not yesterday, the day before yesterday, say Nigeria is in a big mess. If Nigeria is in a big mess, why are we trying to survive and make it work? Before I bring in my next brother, if you want to call in, we have the Biafra in. That's why we're speaking as much English, because they have been with me on the live show from the Starr Radio. I'm going to bring the next brother in. Uzo, why do you think we have so many Nigerians? Because whether we like it or not, we got to be, many Nigerians are still out there. I mean, I was on a link there. To be honest with you, I wish I can find that guy. There's an acting CBN, but there's another guy below him. I think he's from the southeast. They said he's very brilliant. And if you see intelligent elite of Yoruba people comment under that, say, this guy is good. We can still fix Nigeria. And I'm thinking, how do we get to where many people still say that we have the brain? Not that we don't have the brain power. I mean, I can't remember the name of the guy. He works with the central bank. He's not the acting. No. He actually represented the acting at an event that happened in Abuja some few days ago. So the guy posted the video of this guy. I think it's from the southeast. They said he's very brilliant. He was speaking everything up in figure. When we have the good ones among us, you can tell. But how these good ones will be able to fix Nigeria is what we don't understand. But when I was reading through the comments, come and see Yoruba people that still believe that, yes, with this kind of brain power, we can make Nigeria work. But those people don't want to make Nigeria work. Why not this brain power go help Biafra? If we need to employ and come help us in Arewa, we employ them. Because do you know that there are some countries around the world, I think I've been told that Emirates, I think I read it from the comment section as well, that the person running Emirates is from Britain. So Britain also sends people to go and help them develop other countries, whether as a company, organization. The question is not to lose the question. Why do we still have many Nigerians believing in Nigeria that there will be peace, there will be freedom, there will be everything that we are disagreeing with? Again, just under 2 minutes because we want to bring somebody else in here.
Yes, my brother Koiki, this is an illusion. This is an illusion in the mind of people that Nigeria could still work again.
Who doesn't want it?
It's a madness.
No, Marian,
it's a madness that need to be killed. I don't know where they can be killed. Psychiatric places can never be
if you
killed.
want something else, I'll give it to you.
For curing them. I tell you,
I'll buy another one tomorrow for you.
The madness in some of our Nigerian people, especially those people speaking Biafra, stupidly believing that Nigeria could still work again.
Not only Biafra, we get a lot of Yoruba. We get a lot of Yoruba. So don't put the blame alone. Don't put the blame alone on the Biafra. We have. I said that the people where they be intellect. LinkedIn are for good people like we don't read book, read book. So when you read their comment, you go know say this one they get different kind of. But their belief is that there will still be a new Nigeria that will work. How long, I don't know. When it's going to happen, nobody knows. But go ahead.
You know, my brother, since this drug laws came into power, I discovered that some Yoruba peoples who were also piloting the issue of self-determination of freedom. Some of them became quiet. I don't know what happened. If you could help me on that. But the few I met here, some of them became quiet, went into coldness and into religion because their mindset is that anyone that has become the president is our man. He's going to better the country, and we are going to have a good nation again. Since he's our man, since he's from Yoruba police, since he's a Yoruba man, we are going to have a good governance. That is the delusion in their mind and the madness in their hearts, in their mentality. I see.
All right.
So when I communicate with some of them here, they try to tell me, no, if you say anything about wrong or any negative thing about them, they say no. They want to pick up a fight with me, even my close friends here.
Okay.
They want to pick up a fight with me.
Because they believe that the Yoruba owns it now for the next 4 years, so we must enjoy it. Let me give the next person another platform to speak. So I'll come back again to you. Let's go to the next person there. Mazi, I cannot say Mazi. Mute yourself for me, Bafuzo. While we bring the next person in. Go ahead, Mr. Mazi. Let's hear from you as well.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, my brothers and sisters. Tell me your time zone. What got my attention was the question we asked Uzo. Why do we still have so many Nigerian still believing that there will be food?
And there's so many of them. Only if we want to tell lies. In their millions. Go ahead, we can hear you.
From the answer, my brother, Uzo made mention of division. For me, I think that one division is somehow trying to justify the stupidity. What should be the best answer to that question is stupidity. In the country where the old leaders, old cargoes, make mistakes, if the people of the young youth have something to do the needful, just like they say in Burkina Faso, the young soldiers, and you see all Africa are happy. They want to say the state of Nigeria, they rather come to analyze the war, something like that. They spend their time working to go and something like that. What do you expect from that people? They don't care as far as they get their account for the time, they don't care what to do now and what to do. That it is, to have freedom of speech in Nigeria, that nothing will ever work in Nigeria, and they know that. Tell me, which countries with so many diverse cultures like Nigeria around the world is doing good? There is none. Every countries in the world, yes, what they have is, even if they are new, what they have is resource control. Live in your space, control your resources, then we meet at the federal level.
Okay.
And of course, Nigeria, all those what cargoes you take there as politicians, they know these virtues. No, we can't allow them to be. Even before the amalgamation of Nigeria, I won't know what came there as politicians. They know these. When they're doing well, fine at their own space. Their folks were also doing fine at their own space. Everything was moving fine. The substitute people decided to amalgamate things together. And the worst part of it is that they put this whole thing in the hands of these people and these people that literally said, wow.
That's not yours. That's yours, the chocolate one. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
People are these people, they are not after economic development.
Let me see. What's that? Let me see. Okay. So the situation is here. That's yours. The situation that we are discussing. Nigerians are out there. They are lamenting. They are complaining. But their complaint seems to be focusing on the leadership. That the leadership of Nigerians. They've not been honest. And like I said, if I go back to, I want to read from what Shetima said, not my own word. Nigeria is a big mess. I want to say the headline again. I've actually saved it in my other computer. This was the headline. I want to read from the People's Gazette. Nigeria in a big mess. Chain. I'm sure everybody knows the word chain. You know, iron chain. Whether it's the iron chain, you know, this one will be chain or the one we are put for net. This one they call a muffler. By poor governance, other challenges. It did not give us the other challenges, but it told us that it's a big mess. So, in another few words, Mazi, can you explain what Shetima is? I mean, maybe from your own point, what is Shetima trying to explain to Nigerians that Nigeria is in a big mess? Is also chained by poor governance. Other challenges, Shetima admits. This is the vice president of the most populous black nation, as we are told, quote and unquote, even though he has so many challenges. Why do you think that Nigerians still want to believe that, yes, we're in a big mess, we are chained by poor governance? What are the other challenges? I don't know. But why are Nigerians still in that denial that this is not the problem? The problem is bigger than this. As I remember Simon Ekpa, the day that people were jubilating. I mean, I don't know how can be jubilating that they picked up Simon Ekpa. And I got a call from different people say, they don't take Simon Ekpa. You are going to be the next person, you are going to be the next person, And I'm thinking, it can't be true that they picked Simon Ekpa. Simon Ekpa is in Finland. Finland is not like a zoo country in Nigeria. Eventually, I remember the music Simon Ekpa came back with that evening was, what you don't know is bigger than you. What you don't know is bigger than you. Is Nigerian living in denial that what they don't know is bigger than them? Because that problem and challenges, explain to me in another 3 minutes, Mazi, so that we can get the gauge from you.
Other challenges he was talking about, maybe should I talk about regarding to the security issues in Nigeria, that yes, every part of Nigeria, where the one nation and the Biafra nation was the ravage the way they did it now. And the other Nigerians are told, should I know about this? But the fact. And so I know I've once come across some videos of the world brothers in the bush countering these Fulani herdsmen, these Fulani at the bush. You see, we start them like that in the bush to chase them away. So that what is happening in the north won't be that much and the one nation and same at the Biafra land. And that little security they are enjoying. That is what has become their sense of reasoning. They do not understand or get it that without Nigeria going separate ways, Nigeria, in fact, is irredeemable.
It's really irredeemable. Okay.
There's nothing you can take Nigeria is there.
There's nothing you can do. Okay. All right. Thanks so much. Let's go to Ugochukwu. Good morning and good afternoon. Anyway, it's almost 12:30, so we're already at noon. Some are still in the morning. Japan is still in the evening. Go ahead, my brother. Let's hear from you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon from me also. Good afternoon from me. Thank you, my brother. I salute you and I salute your courage. When you made mention of the people jubilating that when they say they had and they become a good guy, the peacemaker, the prime minister of one of the most sophisticated people on the planet Earth, being Biafra, our great prime minister, Simon Ekpa. I'm not an ignorant person, but this is why I describe. I'm not trying to paint Master Simon what he done. But when you look at him, he's well equipped, and he's what you want. So when you see something like that happen, and some people, I got a lot of multiple messages for those that have never spoken, never used their big to mention Simon in their life, Simon Ekpa. They were sending me, in Instagram, in the WhatsApp, look at they were jubilating. You do not expect people that call themselves giants of Africa, who have knowledgeable people all over the world, who is doing very well, but in where they came from, there is no access road to their homes. What do you expect from people that will come back from even those in abroad? Okay, let me just go to the point. The point is that when Lai Mohammed made a speech for some time ago, that either Lai Mohammed or one of them, that they have 200 people were giving money to come and propagate that there is hope. Apart from that, people that coming in since 1984, telling people there is hope. And you know the kind of masses who go to those churches, they have brainwashed the people, and they have seen that the place where, like I was, as I started, there is no access flow to their homes. There is no drinkable water. Some of the, like majority of the people go to stream where animals take shower to get water to drink. Even where they have resources of people drink from the polluted oil water. So when you say these people, they don't have information like you and me. There is not, the internet is like you activate your internet right now. The same people that activate the same network that activate you will study back from you. So you can see that the people have been random. Shemu is channel TV discussing APC jump to PDP jump to Labour Party, Obi is the man. You know, they bring people that come and make the country white, while the country is black. And when you look at Shetima's side, Shetima is trying to tell you that they are good soldiers which they voted with the criminal richest man of Africa. They voted with the Trump to different zones.
Dangote. The one that they gave more value to the dollar in a cheaper. This is the dollar, okay? So Dangote was buying dollar cheaper than me and you in the central bank. But go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you know, these guys they use the drug to import people to one land, to our products to one to my great country Biafra during the COVID. So all these people, the great liberation army that Nigeria called criminal, the great ESN that Nigeria called criminal, the black marines who protect my mother, my father, the young ones, the farmers who feed from their back to their mouth. Why the resources go to the criminal, sponsor their children all over the whole world? They call these people. So the point here is that Shetima has seen that they have been stopped. And when they see our prime minister and most of all, who a match to support our brother because he's in a great position. You know, you see that they have been stopped. So that's why he's telling you that they're in fear. Because he knows that there is no way for them anymore. He's not saying on the behalf of you that they want to give you water. Oh, there is no running water for the masses. There is no infrastructure for the students. There is no student loan for the students. There is no welfare for the old people. There is no pension for the old people. He's not trying to tell you that all those things is not here. Because they have never been given and they don't have any plan for this. So what he's trying to tell you that the soldiers they want to use, because what they do is that, for example, because they look state, there is something wherever they find something, they use their terrorists, 100% terrorists in terrorists in the evening, in the night, and soldiers they have to clear that village, make that asylum camp, which they call IGP, so that the government wants to know the difference between IGP and asylum. Living an asylum in your mother, in your father's land is a court.
Okay.
As I used to say, yeah, like it's a court. As I used to say, my father has fought people and he's going to take their food in my ancestral land. But today, people like go put on him, will sit on the national TV and say, Fulani my brother. And it's a taboo for us, for other people once, and that's why they abolish history. For them not to know that so many of their ancestors are in grave today, trying to stop Fulani not to burn their food. Even the what, the animal, because they got the tree of my land is against Fulani. But today, these idiotic people, lack of information, lack of history, has made them depress them. That is why what we are facing today. So when the Shetima and the terrorists, the foolish idiotic terrorists, the toothless bulldogs that have been fighting with the market people and the backstabbers from our land. But today you need 3 men all over the whole world. They cannot stand. So when you see him talking, he's not talking for all those civilization. The infrastructure, the well-being of the people, he's talking for because they have been defeated. So I just have to say that.
So these challenges that Shetima is talking about, could it be that the challenges of the indigenous people that are locked in Nigeria, but it doesn't want to really come out to say the way it is? And also
Sorry, these challenges he's talking about, the indigenous people that is about to liberate themselves. For example, you see ECOWAS. ECOWAS will tell you they have the challenges in Nigeria Republic, they have the challenges in Mali, they have the challenges in Japan right now. The challenges is because the job given to them by their colonial master as a puppet is not working out. But when you look the face of the mask, it's lying. Tell the challenge, because the people that you don't want to preach, it's not preaching and smiling. People that don't possess, that are not considered them, but people can see butcher in the house of their brothers.
Okay.
No, like the video you tweeted this morning, I tweeted, where a white guy was asking the general, are you not one that's taking through today? You understand?
Yes.
Because they see that the general you train, because most of these people, they never expected those soldiers to react for the good of their people. But today, those of them are talking in the barracks, watching, okay, let me keep training. It doesn't matter how people are left. They will kill many, take their orders, take their something. But the soldiers are sitting back saying, how can I finish my program so I can save these people? But today, the white guy was busy wearing suit, asking the commander, because the bad guy, why are you not the one that said that you are the picture with this guy? You're not the one that's making crew right now because they see that things are working for the other people. That's the challenge. Chasing my talking the other side. Same challenges to the one that is bringing out that. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you so much. Once again, a very good afternoon. If you've just joined us, you can also be part of that conversation. If you want to join us on the TikTok, you can send a request. If you want to call in, the number is +44 7404405917 on the WhatsApp only. I'm also going to be reading some of your comments as well. The question, yes, is, do we have freedom in Nigeria? Yoruba, Biafra, Arewa versus Nigerian nation. Pick one. If you're a true believer of Nigeria, don't hesitate to call it. We're not going to be harsh on you. We're not going to, we'll give you the room to speak and defend Nigeria. I mean, as much as you can. And I'll be honest with you, I'll be very soft on you. I live in a society where, we are allowed to decide even if you want to be, the other way around. If you don't want to be man or woman, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. So, even if you believe in Nigeria, I know some of you believe in Nigeria, you're just listening quietly. I'm not talking about senseless people that will come in and start cursing and making. We're here with, intellectuals. Come and talk to us. Come and defend Nigeria. What are the challenges? Shout out to my mother there. It's a big auntie. I saw your comment there, Elijah in Lobade, Manchester. You went on to say, shame and a big slap for those citizens ranting and local congratulations to them. I am only feeling pain of the innocent people. And the innocent people will have to also be part of this problem before we eventually leave. You see, that's your life is flat for personal information. What is personal information? This TikTok wahala too much, Daddy. Ganiolo Ede say, answer to that question, Mr. Koiki. People in Nigeria are tiredness, but there is no alternative for them to follow. Really, there is no alternative. Comrade Plan B, good morning or good afternoon. Remy Official, shout out to you. What are the challenges that Shetima is talking about? Could it be the wahala that the Biafra is giving? Could it be the wahala the El Zakisaki is giving? Or could it be the pressure from the West telling Nigerian government today that, look, you must go and do what we want you to do? Do you know that, excuse me, this Gabon situation has really exposed a lot of things. I mean, yesterday, I couldn't come out in the evening, but those of you that watch the repeated or live of my 2 hours about Gabon, I didn't know a lot of things about Gabon before. So it was a good thing that I read as much out of it. One family have been there for 56 years. You know that Gabon also have a lot of reserve. Madi Peace, good afternoon. Waris Jinodi. Shout out to those of you on all our platforms. We are fully Olakunle Ajayi. Shout out to you. So when we talk about the problems that we are facing today, so many Nigerians disagree with us. But let's listen to this, Jonathan. Maybe this is coming up, or we don't know. I picked this from, Dele Momodu's page, where Jonathan spoke. Are we going to see Nigerians' reaction will be much worse than the ones that we have been seeing in Niger and also at the what is going on in Gabon? A lot of us seems to be blaming Nigerians, but they came out during the EndSARS and they were told to go back home. They refused to go back home, and we saw what was the end of it. The military came out
And many people died. Even some people say nobody died. I mean, imagine people died, they say nobody died. Do you think that you can get a freedom in Nigeria after Tinubu has left? Because I'm not sure whether there will be freedom in Nigeria while Tinubu is in power. But what about when he has left? What do you think is going to happen? Theolon Paul said, Mr. Koiki, let the preparation begin underneath because I'm seeing something unimaginable looming. Yoruba must rise and defend their land and put the religion aside. Prophet Ogundele, these are prophets that told us after we engaged with them 3 years ago that they've been talking about Nigeria breakup as far back as in the 80s. He once lived in UK for a very long time. He could not get his papers. He returned back to Nigeria after a call for him to. Not that religion is not a good thing. It's not a great thing. But you heard that the report I read in Punch newspaper this morning, where Cherubim and Seraphim, a woman was asking for deliverance, they've actually set her on fire. Ogun State pastor set a fire during special prayer. What kind of special prayer do we need? If we have the system that is working, maybe she doesn't have an husband, she might go on the dating app, maybe she doesn't have a job. What do you think we pray for? Maybe somebody has done voodoo on us because we believe in voodoo in Africa. We cannot shy away from that. So they need to cleanse the body. And eventually they've now set her on fire. If the system was working, we can still have the church, but the council will make sure that if you're doing that kind of performance, it has to be done in a safe environment. I was at the carnival. 320 people or thereabout were arrested, according to the report from the London Metropolitan. 2 million people visited carnival for the 2 days. There was a gun that was retrieved out of intelligence at the very, 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 very pointer. You know when I say something is pointer? Intelligent. When the gun is there with that guy and the police went there straight away, they took the gun away. It could have killed somebody. Somebody died last year. There's only one serious incident that the person is stable, but still in a serious situation. So now that the world that we are living, we do not get, now the MP of that area say, no, we can't continue this carnival in this route. I'm sure some of you saw those beautiful girls, women, children. Forget about the body. I told you, look at the inner side of them. Their inner side is better than some of your governors and your politicians. Forget about the nakedness that you saw. Because some of you, that is the only thing you can see. I saw a lot. I was there physically. So I can imagine when some of you are watching, what kind of video is this Koiki they post like this? Some of them have a good heart. Not all of them, but most of them have a great heart than some of you in that part of the globe today. Not that Nigerians are not great people, but we are talking about the indigenous people that have now been called Nigerians. And I think that is what people don't want to understand. We are the indigenous people called Nigeria. I was looking at the man that designed the Nigerian flag. Only God knows whether they gave him a better life before he died. But now that he died, everybody is talking about him, especially the government. My question is, do we have freedom in Nigeria? Yoruba, Biafra, Arewa, and some might say about this also that what about the smaller ethnic groups within Nigeria? Where are they going to stand? They can stand on their own. Why not? We've told you that so many countries, the only problem that they might have is if they want to stand on their own, they either have to lean a little bit with the Arewa, lean a little bit with the Biafra, or lean a little bit with the Yoruba, or lean a little bit with the three of them for their own safety and protection. Why do you think that smaller countries in Europe are part of the European country? Why do you think that NATO is a place where if they attack, what make I know you come to talk between, Koiki media, we don't want to talk, and people will come and say, Koiki, only you will talk like this. What is the meaning of NATO? The North Atlantic Treaty Organization, also called the North Atlantic Alliance, is an intergovernmental military alliance between 31 members. You attack one, they will attack you. Why do you think that Ukraine is having problem today? Ukraine, I'm not on the side of Ukraine or Russia. But as a journalist that have followed that event of what is happening there, I can only see that more people are going to die. Ukraine do not have what it takes to bring down Russia. They might fly in the drone and destroy one or two things. Russia cannot be destroyed by Ukraine. But Ukraine needs to be part of NATO to be able to defeat Russia. And if that happens, we are talking about the World War III nuclear weapon. I'm sure some of you understand what I'm saying. So Ukraine is looking for membership of NATO. And Russia is saying you cannot be a member because you are bringing too much power closer to me. So when people are saying that, what about all this? I'm just using it as an example that those smaller ethnic groups, it does not matter, even if there are 2,000 of them, we can decide they can either want to be a referendum for them to decide which side they want to go, or they can be on their own. So this argument that we want to remain Nigerians, knowing fully well that we are indigenous people. We are not Nigerians, we are indigenous people. They have just used the word Nigeria to overshadow the indigenous people. There were those kingdoms that were there before the West, the European people came. So while we are discussing self-determination, Nigerians are saying, no, we don't want to be part of Biafra because I don't like Nnamdi Kanu, I don't like Sunday Igboho, I don't want to even have Arewa nation. I just want to remain in Nigeria where we can live together. We cannot live together because our views are different. I was reading a report this morning and looking at the names of those that were mentioned. I'm sure some of you will know that they are Igbos. For those that committed a fraud in UK and they've now been taken to America for 90 months in prison. I mentioned the names. We want to know who is a criminal. He says here, Ifeanyi Chukwu, Jonathan, Abraham. I don't even know how he managed to add all these three names. I can tell that he's a fraudster. Because how can you be Jonathan? Now you be Ifeanyi Chukwu, now you be Abraham. Okay, maybe Abraham is like Christian name. Anyway, I don't know. But we know that the same fraudster, like our old brother there, was strangering every day. Some of you love him too much. I'm talking about the criminal one in Dubai. He's now in America. What's his name? Hush Puppy. Let me go and look for his real name. Remember Hush Puppy? He might make a lot of money by the time he come out of prison anyway. From what someone is saying that he can make a movie. Can't even let me find him. Remember Hush Puppy? Hush Puppy. Hush Puppy. He was a criminal, a fraudster. His name is Ramon Olorunwa Abbas, commonly known as Hush Puppy. He dey drive Bentley. He dey live the kind life wey some of you wants to live. Look, they are what they call A-class celebrity. You don't go and be like Davido. Davido is already a billionaire in dollars. Maybe, yeah, at least millionaire in dollars. I don't know whether he's billionaire yet. Yeah, you can buy all this panda and become like a, celebrity sometime. When we have a system that is working. Davido can be rich, but I don't want you to be looking up to Davido, but I want your government to be there for you to support you. That is what they call governance. So when Shettima is saying that there's no governance in Nigeria, is that going to be resolved by Shettima and Bola Tinubu in the next 4 years? Or are we all living as a denial? We're living in denial. When we are here, we are not upset with you as a Nigerian. When people come and talk and say, you're watching Big Brother, look, forget it. I want you to enjoy your life. I was out yesterday. I see young people. They enjoy life. They dining. You know dining? Fine dining. No be, how many people understand the meaning of fine dining? And the one way you go chop, where you go to work, like the one way me at the chop, sometimes I go to work. Fine dining is when you sit down. They'll ask you which kind of wine you want. You ask, I want Chabert. I don't drink, so I don't know all these names. I want red wine. They first give you the wine. Sometimes they tell you to taste it. I'm going to an event where wine tasting. Hopefully, I'll be able to broadcast it when the time comes. DJ 75, thank you so much. We want you to enjoy life. We don't want to criticize you because you are watching Big Brother. But you are watching Big Brother and you have forgotten the real problem of Nigeria. That is why we are upset. I don't want to be here telling you, don't watch Big Brother. Why am I going to tell you when they are doing Island or Love Island in this country as well? But we are asking you to be able to be conscious-minded of who we are told we are, knowing fully well we are not. And there are some people that are not up to 1 million within the political era or political terrain of Nigeria. They are not up to 5 million. The people that are governing Nigeria today, politicians from the whole 36 states, they are not up to 5 million. And they are now telling us that we should not worry about being indigenous people. We should remain Nigerians. That is a contraction. That is a fraud. That is our argument between you and us. So when people come and say they are watching, don't forget it. If you like, watch anything you want to watch. But remember that you are not the true person that they are telling you are. The Scottish people, that is what I don't understand about Nigerians. The Scottish that have a better life than you are demanding for their right to self-determination. So what about you that do not have? Okay, some of you have a better life, some of you. But we know that even the statistic is telling us that 130 million of you are living in abject poverty. What more do you want to know? 100 million of Nigerians cannot use, you are not digitalized. The only thing you can do is come on this your smartphone, which some of you are paying loan to be able to watch me on your phone. Some of you have to pay. I mean, we do the same thing in UK anyway, but with a better opportunity. If I'm going to get a better iPhone now, they'll probably tell me I'll be paying £70. I mean, I don't want to pay £70. So I just stay with my £10 tariff and keep my old phone. And maybe one day somebody will borrow me phone or give me phone on social media because of the nature of what I do. But what about you? You have to go and then do the shark loan. And then you come and talk to us that have seen more than you. Whether you're in Nigeria, you have not seen anything, because as of 2 days ago, we were told that 100 million of you cannot even be. Look, the children have their own separate tablet. In that tablet, they are not just playing games. They are also learning. There's what they call mathematics on it. It's a design that is there for the children. And the moment they are doing that mathematics, it goes straight to their school, which also capture the data. We're talking about where there's a porous border. Do you think that we can defend and protect the porous border so that you and me can be safe, even if you do not want to break up of Nigeria? Do you know that people can walk into Nigeria and kill you and they can easily go out? It is done here in UK as well. We saw how the former KGB was killed in UK. So when we talk, I also want to bring your conscious mind to here, so that you're not thinking that Koiki, because you did abroad, you talk like this. Yes, if I was in Nigeria, I would also be listening like this, and I might disagree with that view or whoever is it. But we are here now telling you that the real indigenous people must rise up and ask for their right to self-determination. Is that a big problem? When the Scottish people, every day, they have, look, we have Scotland, we have England, we have Wales. The three of them are now coming to the center, and two are now saying that, look, we don't want to be part of this union. We want to have our own separate, even though they already have what it takes, because England goes and play football at the World Cup in Qatar. We saw it. Wales went to the same World Cup. Scotland went as well. Then me, as a Nigerian, we put Igbo together. Then they're like Edo, Yoruba, Hausa, and then we all travel down there. And people say, no, we are not going to pay money to that bomb bastard NFA, because they have ripped our beautiful sisters from their earnings. For the first time in the history of FIFA, they refuse to pay directly to the Nigerian Football Association. Why do you think so? It's because they do not see Nigeria as a country anymore. But you are the ones still seeing Nigeria as a country. FIFA already knew that we are only have to be part of that representative, because Nigeria is still a sovereign nation, and that means that whatever they are doing outside, as long as Nigeria can qualify, you will represent. But when they are playing football, we will not pay you anymore, because all the money that they've been paying before was not paid to the people that are earning that income on the pitch. Oh, hey, Moye. Oh my God. Some of you think that the West that you love so much, you think they care about us. They don't care about us. I don't know whether Dele Momodu put down the video. I saw a video of Rollins that was speaking about how France have destroyed us. This platform is going to go off Koiki Media Instagram. You need to go join the other platform, because that phone is going there. So you need to go to Olayomi Koiki if you want to continue watching, or you go to TikTok, or you find another platform to watch it. Koiki battery is going the Instagram, not my battery. Instagram, I mean. Let's listen to what Jonathan said. I don't know when this video came out again. Maybe it's an old video. Maybe it's just a reminder. One day, some of you will rise up and your blood will be running more than my own. And I'll be the one to say, but you, because some of you are still thinking that there is hope in Nigeria. Shetima said on the 29th of August, less than 48 hours ago, Nigeria in a big mess. So how soon do you want that mess to be rectified? I need fresh air. How soon do you want that to be rectified? In this government, Bola Tinubu said you have to give him 3 years to run the operation of Nigeria to be able to come back a little bit up. 3 years they need. So don't expect any changes from this government anytime soon. It does not matter, but even if you are brilliant, you will not get a job. It's not a cost. Even if you want to set up your own business, the economy of Nigeria is completely gone. Nigeria is like a Titanic that they are trying to go and look downstairs. Remember, people paid up to $250,000. If you have that kind of money, you go, well, maybe depending on whether you want to go. People paid $250,000. They locked them in a 71 boat, put them inside a submissive, drop them down there, and what happened? Boom! That was the end. People pay money to go and see something. They cannot ever bring the Titanic back up. That is what they are trying to do. So Bola Tinubu is trying to bring something that cannot come back up. It's a waste of time and energy. Let us all separate. There's what they call velvet divulge. We don't need any single gun. We don't need to kill each other. All we need to do is, okay, UK left European EU in 2016. Till date, they are still sitting down around the table, discussing issues that has to do with policy, because UK wants to be smart. You have left EU, but you want to use the Northern Ireland to deliver your goods because the Northern Ireland is still part of the European Union. Will it work? The EU said no, it cannot work. You have left the EU. If you're going to use the Northern Ireland, we will have to increase some tariff. So some people think that the breakup of Nigeria is going to be a big mess. It's not going to be a big mess. It's going to be the beginning of a new thing in our life as indigenous people. Nobody will be known as Nigeria anymore. At some point, we all knew what was called Soviet Union. There is no more Soviet Union. It is dead, gone. Long time ago, since 1991. So one day, Nigeria name will go as well, like the Titanic, that some of us will only have to go to the museum to watch what took place in that bastard nonsensical way the country for 63 years. Inú museum láti máa lọ wò tó bá gbẹ̀yìn. Inú museum láti máa lọ máa gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀ Nàìjíríà. You might think it's not going to happen. It is just a time bomb that is waiting. I didn't say so because then you go and say, Koiki said there's going to be a bomb in Nigeria. I didn't say so. Listen to what Jonathan said. Make her go find something, do behind the scene. I'm coming.
Our politicians and those of us who are in the security services, that while we are doing the job we are meant to do, let us not, because the judiciary is very conservative, try to blackmail them or squeeze them. Sometimes when we have political powers, we get blinded.
Listen,
sometimes wisdom will consume the confidence. When we bear the big name, president, governor, all the speakers and so on, we become so blinded. Especially even in the security services. When you're holding certain positions, you become so blinded. But society is changing. It's changing. And we must learn, we must admonish ourselves. And civil society is becoming very, very active. And certain things that probably we do and get away with it, we may not get away with it tomorrow. Okay. If we take laws into our hands and try to squeeze society, young people will react. We're going to react. It happens when I was a president in a sister country, Burkina Faso, where by their law, if the president is not there because they have no vice president, it's the speaker of the parliament that will take over the country and manage the country. The president wanted to amend the constitution so he go for a third tenure. And from the thinking of society, the parliament was compromised, so the speaker was to do it. The young people in Burkina Faso, the civil society, they mobilized and moved in to the parliament to kill the speaker. The security people couldn't defend it. The speaker has to run away. They burned down the parliament, the national parliament. Did you hear that? They moved into
everybody run away. Did you hear that?
Attack the president.
Okay.
The president defense squad that was
just a matter of
time. The national army couldn't stop the mass move.
It looks like somebody's calling. That is why that phone. You think it's a joke?
That was you kill everybody.
Let me see. No, nobody's calling. You think it's a joke when we are talking? That is your president, Jonathan Mokembe, Koiki Media team. That is Jonathan telling you what can happen. But some of you say, just sit down for London. Look, I dey boil water now. I go drink what I can drink. Wetin I fit chop e dey inside my kitchen. If I no go beyond wetin I no wan do, I no wan be fraudster. That's why I no get the kind of money wey some of the fraudster dey use abroad. Some people are hardworking. Not that some of you are not hardworking, but the opportunity continue to diminish. You'll be looking for money. You now think it's a spiritual problem. You know when you are looking for money, I mean, I dey prepare my food now. I don't hear the water now. Make I play the next one. You never finish it.
That's to run.
Yeah, continue. Thank you, Daddy. My sister said me I go chop something.
The country was in the quagmire.
My one constitution said the president so why you don't want to?
Now the president ran away. The speaker ran.
Everybody ran away.
Nobody should take over power.
Okay, I think that's about it. Let me play another something for
the military have to step.
Why is it breaking? Why is it stopping? I don't know why it's stopping. Anyway, let's leave that. Now, listen to this guy that Ali Bongo, the one where they don't remove from power. Listen to him and let's hear what he had to say. This was 4 years ago. 4 years ago, when they're in power, they don't want to go. Listen to him here.
To organize, many of us. And tomorrow, I hope that the story that we'll hear will be a more positive one.
Can I take one question from the back? Oh, okay. Yes. Thank you, Mr. President, for honoring the invitation. My name is Jordan Donyema. I'm a PhD in law student here. My question relates to the question of democracy within your own country and on our continent more generally. Being at an institution of educational excellence, one of the core theses of democracy is that term limits are one of the key ingredients to ensuring that a democracy thrives. And that is a principle that is seen within the Constitutive Act of the African Union, for example. And yet, for all the progressive reforms that you've introduced economically, some of the, in my view, regressive reforms is to remove term limits for presidents in your country. Do you agree with the thesis? If so, why did you introduce the term limits? And in the same breath, what are you doing?
This is Ali Bongo. Let's hear what Al is going to respond to this.
Fellow African heads of state to ensure that more women get into positions of leadership, and ultimately the demographic gender bias that we see in our executives on the continent does not persist in the future.
Well, what you say, it all sounds nice, but it doesn't work like that. First thing, I did not remove no term limits. I did not. And we don't have term limits. Term limits, I would say, frankly, that sounds sexy, but it ain't working. Because when you go into your second term, you no longer have any authority. People know that you're leaving. And your second term is a completely lost, because it starts problems in it for your succession, and people within your own party, they start, fighting, and no one listens to you anymore. And we've discussed that to various African leaders, and they all conclude to the same. Now, why? Because helping us to organize, many of us, and tomorrow I hope that the story that we'll hear will be a more positive one.
Can I take one question from the back? Oh, okay. Yes. Thank you, Mr. President, for honoring the invitation. My name is Jordan Donyema. I'm a PhD in law student here. My question relates to the question of democracy within your own country and on our continent more generally. Being at an institution of educational excellence, one of the core theses of democracy is that term limits are one of the key ingredients to ensuring that a democracy thrives. And that is a principle that is seen within the Constitutive Act of the African Union, for example. And yet, for all the progressive reforms that you've introduced economically, some of the, in my view, regressive reforms is to remove term limits for presidents in your country. Do you agree with the thesis? If so, why did you introduce the term limits? And in the same breath, what are you doing in cohort with your fellow African heads of state to ensure that more women get into positions of leadership, and ultimately the demographic gender bias that we see in our executives on the continent does not persist in the future?
Well, what you say, it all sounds nice, but it doesn't work like that. First thing, I did not remove the term limits. I did not. And we don't have term limits. Term limits, I would say, frankly, that sounds sexy, but it ain't working. Because when you go into your second term, you no longer have any authority because people know that you're leaving. And your second term is a completely lost because it starts province and for your succession, and people within your own party, they start, fighting, and no one listens to you anymore. And we've discussed that, with various African leaders, and they all conclude to the same. Now, why is it still applied? It's because some African leaders think that, it's going to please you guys here. That's why they do it. But they really don't believe in it, because on the ground, they see the difficulty, And so I don't believe that, term limits, improve, the democracy. I don't believe in that. And we've seen that, in many cases in Africa. That's not real. You need a certain time to apply your program. And that's not done, in a country where you have term limits. For instance, once you're elected, if you're completely new, the first 2 years are going to be kind of bumpy for you to apply, and start applying your policy. And then as you start implementing, you have to think of your re-election. And that means that if you have tough measures, to apply, you won't do that because you will be thinking of re-election because you have a 5-year term. So you are campaigning for your re-election. Okay, you win, then you said, I'm going to. And then those people don't listen, they don't listen to you anymore because they say, they know you're leaving office and you have a tough time. So in reality, in just 2 terms, you only have a few years really where you can work. Now, it is also fair to say that in most European countries, there are no term limits. And you can't say that these countries are not democratic. So you see, term limits is not really linked to democracy. I know you're going to say, well, in America, they have term limits. Okay, fine. For whom? Only the president. Some guys are in the Senate. They have been for 40 years. And you know that the power lies in the Senate in America. So why not apply then term limits to everyone? To every electoral office? That would be then fair and not just the president. And actually, the guy with the running as the president faces the toughest election. But he's the one, when you apply term limits to, but you don't to the others. You can be in parliament for 30, 40 years, no problem. Why? Why? If you you think that, we should really push the democracy, then it should also be applied, to parliament. Because someone who's been in parliament for 30 years, he's very powerful. He's a senior, member of the parliament with a lot of weight. So the same thing should be applied to him. As regarding is it still
Let me use this opportunity to advise us who are politicians and those of us who are in the security services that while we are doing the job we are meant to do, let us not because the judiciary is very conservative, try to blackmail them or squeeze them. Sometimes when we have political powers, we get blinded. They say sometimes wisdom will consume the confidence. When we bear the big name, president, governor, all the speakers and so on, we become so blinded, especially even in the security services. When you're holding certain positions, you become so blinded. But society is changing, and we must learn, we must admonish ourselves. And civil society is becoming very, very active. And certain things that probably we do and get away with it, we may not get away with it tomorrow. If we take laws into our hands and try to squeeze society, young people will react. It happens when I was a president in a sister country, Burkina Faso, where by their law, if the president is not there, because they have no vice president, it's the speaker of the parliament that will take over the country and manage the country. The president wanted to amend the constitution so he go for a third tenure. And from the thinking of society, the parliament was compromised, so the speaker was to do it. The young people in Burkina Faso, the civil society, they mobilized and moved in to the parliament to kill the speaker. The security people couldn't defend it. The speaker has to run away. They burned down the parliament, the national parliament of that country. The mob moved into the state house to attack the president. The president defense squad that was even stronger than national army couldn't stop the mass movement. Otherwise, you kill everybody. The president has to run to Cote d'Ivoire. The country was in a quagmire. Their constitution said the president is not there, the speaker. Now the president ran away, the speaker ran away. Nobody should take over power. The military have to step in. So we, the politicians, and those of us who are holding sensitive security positions should know that society is changing so much and that we should do everything based on the rule of law. Let me use this opportunity to advise.
We should not do anything rule of law. By the time the problems start, a lot of us will get the understanding. Let me play the next one. I still have about 10 minutes before I come back on my seat. If you think that United Nations is coming to help us, well, this is how United Nations was responding to the Gabon problem. Let's listen to the United Nations.
You will be surprised with a statement on the situation in Gabon. The Secretary General is following closely the evolving situation in Gabon. He notes with deep concern the announcement of the election results amid reports of serious infringements of fundamental freedoms. He firmly condemns the ongoing coup attempt as a means to resolve the post-electoral crisis. The Secretary General reaffirms his strong opposition to military coups. The Secretary General calls on all actors involved to exercise restraint, engage in an inclusive and meaningful dialogue, and ensure that the rule of law and human rights are fully respected. He also calls on the National Army and security forces to guarantee the physical integrity of the President of the Republic and his family. The United Nations stands by the people of Gabon. Just a programming note, tomorrow, August 31st, the last day of the month, the Secretary
that is
stakeout.
That is the United Nations there. I'm going to forward it where the journalists were asking questions. Let me forward
Today is the international. We're always concerned about the safety. Today, the special representative, the Secretary General ahead, laid a note to resolving the renewed efforts and commitments to resolving the fate of the victims of enforced disappearances. She said that solving the fate of missing persons can contribute to the broader process of trust-building, reconciliation, and sustaining peace. Voila. Deji, then Mr. Bryce Pease.
So this is the second coup now in West Africa. How is it? I mean, for this year.
I mean, or Central Africa.
Okay. So okay. So how would this affect a local operation of the United Nations there?
Well, I mean, we have about 776 people who are, as far as we know, all safe and sound. I mean, of course,
we're always concerned about the safety of our people, but our broader concern are really for the people of Gabon, the people of countries that have undergone military coups recently, which is a clear violation of their rights. We have the Special Representative Secretary General for Central Africa, Mr. Abdul Abari, who's based in Gabon, but he was currently in Kinshasa. He's trying to make his way back to Libreville, but he's currently working the phones, and he's engaged with regional and sub-regional partners on this issue.
So will we soon get any briefs on this?
Well, I mean, we will share what information we have, and as soon as we have more information to share, we'll share.
Now, yesterday I asked about the whereabouts of Mr. Greenberg. Can you confirm that he was in?
Yes, he was in Yemen.
So coups on the rise, particularly in this region. Where do the solutions lie? Where does the Secretary General believe is there a greater role for the Security Council here? There's this deference to regional organizations that are making very little progress, very slowly. There are conversations about transitional arrangements that complicate the return to constitutional order. And as we saw in Sudan, transitional arrangements can fall apart. Is there a greater role for the Council here in terms of punitive actions, in terms of sanctions, and really holding?
It's a multitude of issues. The best way to deal with these military coups is, in fact, to invest more in preventing them prior, in investing in strong institutions, and ensuring that elections are safe, that people are able to express themselves, that human rights are respected. That's the best remedy, in a sense. Afterwards, there needs to be strong condemnation against these military coups, and I think we're seeing it from various institutions as well as from here, and we hope there's a strong message from the Council. Maggie, then Edie.
Steph, who has Mr. Abari spoken to? You said he's working the phones. Has he actually spoken with Mr. Bongo?
I don't have the call list. Is the short answer. As soon as I have more information, I will let you know.
And who in this building has tried to reach President Bongo? Anyone?
I think those efforts have been led mostly by the SRSG.
And is there any complication in this situation because Gabon is an elected member of the Security Council? Do you see any?
I mean,
concern?
Military coup is a military coup which we stand against. I mean, the fact that Gabon is on the Security Council, whether or not that makes things more difficult for the Security Council to express itself, that's something to ask the presidency and the other 14 members. Edith. Sorry.
Any update since we're on coups? Do you have any update on Niger for us and the special reps?
No.
All right, thanks so much for those of you that are still with me. That is Aziz, shout out to you. We're back on the seat again. As you had to know, I had to take that short break because, this is what we say, hunger, no they wait for anybody. When you're hungry, you have to go sort yourself out. So thanks so much for those of you that still was listening there. Let me come back to some of our speakers that we still have on the thread with us. I think we have another person that wants to join us. Maybe we should allow that one to speak, and then we will come back to the others. I think Patricia, I don't know whether it's a male or female. Please unmute yourself. Let's hear from you. The topic we are still discussing. So you can see that we've heard from United Nations. So when people are thinking that United Nations only solve crisis. So when the real crisis will start, when the real start between Biafra and the Nigerian government, you will see that we'll be talking about this kind of briefing. But we don't have to get to that but it seems already is already going on quietly. Patricia, go ahead, let's hear from you. If you want to call in, the number is +44 74 044 05917. I have more stamina that can take me for another 3 hours. So go ahead, let's hear from you, please. Go ahead.
Good day, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depending on your time zone. Thank you very much for this opportunity to be in your platform because exactly as our leader made us to know, we have to go to where the world will hear us. So normally in our platform, we call it where we worship, where we exchange knowledge, and knowledge is power. Greetings everyone and every protocol observed.
You're welcome.
See, we can see what is going on all over the world. But sometimes I keep asking myself a kind of rhetorical question, which the answer is not far-fetched. These things that are happening all over the world, especially in our African brothers, is supposed to have begun already in Nigeria, here. But yesterday I was going on in my mind, it was just ringing. We have had Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, and now this Gabon have also stood up. Those we belittled are standing up to this challenge because this era, I believe, is for Africans to liberate themselves from every shackles that the Western world has imposed on us. Then the giant of the Africans, so-called, are practically lying low. Even though we are doing so many, I still believe there's much to be done and much to be expected of us. Because the adage is said, he who much is expected, much is given, much is expected. It makes me feel sometimes so shameful that I will be looking at our brothers that we so much deem to be weak or small or whatever. They are the one challenging the status of the Western world. And we are supposed to go ahead of them and lead them. We are just lying low. If I may use that word, excuse me, if I offend somebody, it's just my opinion. I don't stop any correction. When we started the NSAS, that is how it died off. And even when our leader was encouraging us, everyone turned against him. How else are we going to tell the world that freedom is not given, is taken? Look at France. They told them to go out and they're saying no, they will not go. What impudence for them after how many years, hundreds of years of looting and killing and dehumanizing Africa. And now the indigenous said it's enough, we have had enough, and they still have the guts to say no. The ambassadors still have the guts to say put. When they have cut off the light, the water, they are still there. This issue of giving them ultimatum or waiting for one dialogue or the other, I don't think we have room or time for dialoguing any longer. Look at our leader who stood up for everyone, every Africa, not just Biafra. He's been put there. And Nigerians are not doing anything because it doesn't concern none of them. I begin to conclude that why these African nations that we so much deem to be small or little are doing so much, because they are the indigenous from the start, if I may say so. But while in the Nigeria is practically no man's land. It's not for anybody. So come in, do as you want, internationally or locally, and then go. It's like some people that went on a journey or to the market. That's not your place to live. Just go get what you want and go away. That is why nobody is doing nothing. But let's bring it home to our individual nations, like we have Oduduwa nation, we have Biafran nation, we have, is it Hausa or
Arewa
nation? Yes. Why don't we get home and do something and do it this way these people are doing it? Why are we scared? If we talk, we are being killed. If we don't talk, we are being killed. Then let's go and talk and be killed and get something out of it. Because those people killing us are not spirits. They're also having flesh and blood. Are we going to sit still and see these people and eat, change their weight? Doing what they are doing that they have done for hundreds of years and getting away with it. When will it ever once be that we can battle?
Your mic is unmuted back. Maybe you receive a call, because I'm really enjoying what our mother. I love when our mother. If you can still hear me, your mic is mute, mommy. Can you unmute yourself back? Because that is a very powerful. I'm taking note of some of the few things you've said, and I was going to ask some questions. Maybe the network, or maybe if you can hear me, please at any time. Okay, go ahead.
I'm hearing you.
Go ahead. Now we can hear you. You were actually muted for a few minutes.
Are you hearing me now?
We can hear you loud and clear, man. Go ahead, man.
All right, thank you. So what I'm saying is, it no time we all stand up as men, and be our brother's keeper? Because the Western world, they see themselves as one. They support themselves, whether they are doing good or doing bad. And we, instead of course to support ourselves, because we are all men of the color. Some people may say, let's not use black. Nobody is black. And then colored men, let me put it that. Why don't we support each other, one another, and get ourselves off from the shackles of these looters, villains, and beasts of the world? They have had enough, and we have had enough. Let's start speaking out, like I was telling my people last time. When you see a Nigerian army or police in uniform, we have been told that they have colluded. They are terrorists, and we know it. Sponsored by the West, or sponsored by those in power, in authority. And we see one terrorizing, or maybe there might be two of them, terrorizing an innocent man, and the rest are there moping, watching, filming. Why are the Niger, why are these other nations around us getting up to the challenge, and we are just talking? We know that freedom is not giving, it's taking. Let's join hands and help each other, mobilize each other. How did these people mobilize just Gabon yesterday? How did they do it? What spirit and what heart and what mind? The spirit and mind of those who know that they are fighting for their home. But in Nigeria, it's not for anybody. So I think it's high time we start doing action work, not just talking. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Yeah, you're more than welcome. I was going to ask you before you go. I was going to ask, can you help her? Hey, sis, hello, help her to make one more, please. I was going to ask you this question. You talked about NSAS, bringing it home. We do need some men to stand up. Can we literally say that there has been a derail of diversion in the course of both sides, or the three sides, Arewa, the Yorubas, and the Igbo? We know that we don't have the kind of small numbers of the military. So even if we are saying, we like what is going on in Gabon, in Burkina Faso, but do we see our military from those three sides to say, we will take power? Even if they want to take power, remember that is going to be the same problem, in the sense that we are still not united. So even if the Igbo say we will take power through the coup, the Yoruba can say, no, we can't do that now, especially Tinubu is there. The Hausa could not do the same thing on the Fulani, when Buhari was there. So maybe the coup option, I don't know. That's number one. The NSAS was a push, but again, it looks like whatever was happening, the NSAS momentum dropped down, because that momentum of the NSAS, the expectation of the drive of Nigerians was that everything was going to change. And after some bang, 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 some 2 gunshots there, everybody just go back home. That's number 2. And the last one is, how do we say that Tinubu was a diversion for the Yorubas, Peter Obi was a diversion for the Igbos, Atiku was a diversion for the Hausas? Because 3 of them, whether we like it or not, had a big influence on Nigerians from the 3 political parties. You know, Peter Obi came up from nowhere anyway. What do you think was really issue? The NSAS could not survive it. Military coup in Nigeria, with the disunity among us, especially now that we have a Yoruba man there as a president. I don't think whether some Yoruba might agree for a coup to remove him, even if the other 2 or other ethnic groups want that. So what is going to be the final straw so that United Nations say, look, I don't give country. Me, I'm here for crisis, to make sure the stability, don't kill anybody, but resolve the problem. As I play that issue, the briefing from the United Nations. The reason why I played that was so that more people, maybe every day now, we're going to be playing the United Nations briefing, because a lot of our people at home think that maybe United Nations is coming down to come and give you Biafra nation. So when they see Simon Ekpa say it will be either we go peacefully or the other way around. I have said the same thing. My Yoruba people say, no, don't talk like that anymore. We don't want those kind of conversation. Mommy, what is going to be the final straw, the final push that will bring that man out, that will bring that revolution that even Shimure is asking for? Sorry about the noise at the background. Like I said, I'm operating from home, and there might be those noise. There's nothing I can do to that. At least I should even thank them for giving me opportunity. Go ahead, Mommy. I love the way you started, and I want to see if you can help us from the mother's side, because maybe I'm not the real man, sir. Maybe I got the shout of social media. Maybe I should have been the real man. I don't know. Let us help you to help us, Mommy, this morning or this afternoon. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. I think, as I was saying earlier, our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, when he came on board, he came and stood for everyone. He didn't stand for Biafra. He didn't stand for Igbo men or whatever. He stood for those that are being pressed down. Those that the rulers, the wicked rulers, have taken their rights. And at least he played the role of the woman activist that went further to make sure that those that are chained, that are under the shackles, that they see the light and know the truth and get themselves free. We remember during that time, there was lockdown, and there was no palliative for anyone. He went as far as distributing help to anybody that needed it. So what will be the sense with which we can all get out of this mess is for us to know that we that are being ruled and depressed down, the cities, are those who are going to stand up together and fight those men that are on top, like the Gabons and the Burkina Fasos are doing. We don't need to come out and say, like you mentioned earlier, Archie for the Hausa, Tinubu for the Ududuwa land, and then P2B. These are all distractors set in by the Western world and by those janjaweed in power. And we know the secret. They are only coming to do what? Take our land, kill our people, and bring their people there, all far away from wherever they come from, wherever Sahel they came from. Nigeria is not their place. That was why I said it's not for anybody. Just like the Western world are here in Africa, African land is not for them. The resources here is not for them. So they're only here to do business. If one of our brothers in our Biafra space, the first, he gave them the real name. that it is British slaughterhouse or British supermarket. So what are we getting from leaving them to be, improving on us what they want, how they want it? And then they have put all these leaders you see here on contract. They have put them hired men. So if we say Tinubu is for us, we know that Tinubu is not serving us, he's serving them. Atiku is not serving us, he's serving them. Obi is not serving us. Why would we leave them to continue their trend when we that they have removed the light, removed the hospital, removed the school, removed good road, even have destroyed economic empowerment as they were trending 2 weeks ago? When they were destroying the things of the Biafra, if they would do the one nation, the citizens there said, no, you can't do this. We are those that are being wounded. You people that are on the seat or in rulership, because they are not leaders, they are rulers, evil rulers. You can't do this. But everybody went in, including our leader, that every court, international and local, has spoken loud and clear. He has nothing to be jailed for. He is there languishing. How many are getting up to shout on top of the house, to stage, and remove this man? We're all scared.
We're all scared.
We're all in our rooms because it doesn't concern us. Of course, because they have put that poison in us to fight one another. And how can the poor fight among themselves while the rich are working are sitting on stop, and the real people are working and taking the coins.
I'm gonna come to you in a minute. Let's quickly. We have a caller, and when people come from Nigeria, because the battery phone of everything, it's not like London where I can go and charge my phone, and I've held him for 2 minutes while you were speaking because we were really enjoying it. It's one of our father, and he's speaking now on the line from he's based there. So Mute, I'm gonna come back again to you, mommy. Go ahead, Prophet Ogundele. Let's hear from you, sir.
Thank you.
Káàbọ̀ sir.
Ẹkúṣẹ́ ìlú, ẹkúṣẹ́ ìlú orílẹ̀. Yorùbá ni kò ṣe orílẹ̀-èdè Nàìjíríà mọ́. Mo sì mọ̀ wípé ó máa bá gbogbo wa láyé láàyè. Yálà o, àwọn èèyàn bẹ̀rù o.
I will translate later. Let him just complete because we love the language. So go ahead, Prophet.
Ẹ̀rù máa gbẹ́rù láìpẹ́ yìí. Ó máa gbẹ́pẹ́ yìí torí pé ohun kan ló máa kọ́kọ́ ṣẹlẹ̀ kí ìdàkọ́ tó ṣẹlẹ̀ nígbà tí ìdílé kan ń jẹ lórí odidi tápẹ̀ ní orílẹ̀-èdè Gabon. Níbo ṣẹlẹ̀ ó ti pẹ́ tó ti wà bẹ́ẹ̀ ó ti pẹ́ tí Nàìjíríà ti tó pọ̀ láti pé kò ní súnmọ́ rárá. À ń pe orúkọ kankan ní ìkékeré tábà ti di igi lóko. Igi tó tóbi gan ni àwọn igi gbọrọgbọrọ láti lè padà wọ́n á dín ní kékeré lókè, wọ́n á dín ní kékeré ìsàlẹ̀, wọ́n á dín ní kékeré láàrin. Ìkékeré yẹn ó lè gbégi láti oko délé ni ẹni tó dín náà ló máa tu. Britain ò ṣe tọ́lá jẹ́ kẹ́nikẹ́ni ó lọ bàbá ẹ̀ wo bùkà. Ọwọ́ Britain wà lára àwọn orílẹ̀-èdè káàkiri wọ́n á pa àwọn ènìyàn pé wọ́n á pa àwọn ènìyàn nìkan. Wọ́n máa pa èdè wọn rún débi pé wọn ò ní lè sọ. Wọ́n á máa sọ èdè ti Gẹ̀ẹ́sì tábìlì ní òye. Ìyẹn ni akónilẹ́rújayé gbogbo àwa tó jẹ́ pé a ti ń gbọ́ wa gbogbo ogun tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ Ọlọ́run máa gbà wá kúrò lọ́wọ́ wọn. Ẹnìkan ni ó ṣe nǹkan kan lé ní Nàìjíríà tó jẹ́ pé àwọn ń bẹ̀ yìí. Ni wọ́n ń bẹ àwọn èèyàn wípé ìwọ́n tó bá ti dó lóòótọ́ àti kúrò báyìí wá ọwọ́ tí wọ́n kó jáde kúrò sọ́dọ̀ tí wọ́n jọ́ lóòótọ́ ni ó ká ó ṣẹlẹ̀ láìpẹ́ kó ìdí àti Yorùbá tó jẹ́ tó ń gbọ́ wa. Ṣé bí ó ní kí ló dé pọ̀ sí torí bọ́ nìyí ẹ̀rù ń bà wọ́n àbí ṣe tí wọ́n ní bọ́. UN ṣe ń padà kí n tó ṣẹlẹ̀ láìpẹ́ yìí. Èmi ò ní ìkápá ní ìbámu lọ́lọ́run ẹ̀yẹ wá kúrò nínú oko tó jẹ́ pé agbára wa tó bí a torí pé Yorùbá ló wà ń bẹ̀. Ìbàjẹ́ Yorùbá bí yí bàbá à ń lọ kúrò ní ara orílẹ̀-èdè yìí àwọn ìyẹn tí wọ́n jẹ́ pé wọ́n yọ̀ lánàá ní tí wọ́n ti gba ìjọba kúrò lọ́wọ́ odidi ìdílé kan wọ́n sọ di fún 52 years. wọ́n tó ní pé wọ́n fẹ́ ṣe é ṣé báwọn yẹn wá náà ti dámọ̀nà pé wọ́n fẹ́ tẹ̀lé iye kan tí wọ́n dá wọn lórí àwọn tó wọ́n fẹ́ báyìí ọ̀rọ̀ tí gbogbo tí Jonathan ṣe pátápátá ó lé sí àwọn máa ń di nígbà táwọn bẹ̀ etí wọ́n tẹ̀ di lóòótọ́ àtàwọn tó wà bẹ̀ ní ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ etí wọn ìdájọ́ ti dé tán ẹ jẹ́ ká máa wò ó dépò nínú oṣù tá a máa mú lọ́la yìí pé bíbá iná àdá máa ṣèdájọ́ wípé ẹni wọ́n yóò fi sí ìdájọ́ rere kẹ́nikẹ́ni náà ọ̀rọ̀ sí ilẹ̀ kò sí ẹ̀sọ́ kan rere tó máa fi ọ̀dà kọ́ọ̀tù bẹ̀rẹ̀ ẹ gbàgbé ẹ̀ ọlọ́run ti ní pé kò sí ní tó ìdájọ́ rere kan ò ní ṣẹlẹ̀ lára àwọn tó jẹ́ pọ́pẹ́ àwọn márùn-ún yẹn iná ti gbé ayé wọn nì àtàwọn àwọn tó ń rojọ́ ẹjọ́ tó ń rò gan kò yí àwọn gan àwọn kan fẹ́ gbé àwíjàre ṣùgbọ́n àwíjàre wọn wọ́n ti dùn ìgbàlẹ̀ pẹ̀lú mọ́lẹ̀ nínú oṣù kẹsàn-án bá ń pè ní sẹ̀tẹ́mbà ẹ jẹ́ ká máa wo ìdájọ́ ẹ má gbé ojúṣe ìdájọ́ kankan rárá ṣùgbọ́n àti ìdájọ́ dé àwọn èèyàn sáré wọn lè sáré àwọn èèyàn wó rí bí ẹni máa wá dá mi fún wa lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ bí. bọ́ọ̀ bàbá tó délé bọ́ọ̀ wà fún ọ̀nà wa ní wíwà ti jẹ́ pé jẹ́lé tó bá ṣiṣẹ́ tó fi lábàdà síbẹ̀ ni wọ́n ní pé kò ní sẹ́ ṣé ìgbà tó ní sá lórí àtọ̀rọ̀ ìyá ń jà àwọn èèyàn ló ń jẹjẹ bọ́dà àwọn èèyàn ló lọ àǹkàjẹ ní káàkiri àwọn èèyàn kalẹ̀ fún wa lórí nínú ẹ bá parọ́ kí lẹ fẹ́ ṣe ìgàrí àbí iṣu lẹ fẹ́ ṣé gbogbo èèyàn ló máa pín iṣu ni gbogbo èèyàn ló máa pín gàrí ni mọ́nì kan ní ṣẹlẹ̀ ayé ẹni tó bá sọ pé ẹ̀kọ́ ọlọ́mọdé arógun àpò ní bọ́ọ̀bẹ̀ nìyẹn tó bá ti rógun tó bá ti rógun ò ní bọ́ọ̀bẹ̀ bọ́ọ̀bẹ̀ àwọn tó wà lókè òkun síbẹ̀ àwọn tó wà ní wọn nípa sọ́dọ̀ jẹ́ síbẹ̀ ó máa dópin báyìí àpẹẹrẹ kó máa dópin lára ọkọ̀ yẹn ẹ̀rú ń bá àwọn tó wà lábújá wọn náà fẹ́ lọ kó bàbá wọn kó lọ bá wọn bẹ̀ tí wọn bá kó bàbá lọ bá wọn bẹ̀ bí wọn èkó yìí ó sàmọ̀ wípé kò ìnà ọmọ Yorùbá ló lè máa tó wá pé akóbọra sílẹ̀ wípé àṣẹ àdè máa nà láìpẹ́ yìí ó ń gbọ́ lọ́rùn bá bọ́ ọmọ ìlú mọ́gbọ́ bẹ́ẹ̀ àṣẹ àmà àwọn oníbàkẹ́kẹ́ àwọn òní oko ṣùgbọ́n a ní ọ̀rọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀rọ̀ mi ọ̀rọ̀ náà lè fi dọ́rùn àtayé gbogbo àwọn tó bá nípa òní bọ́ kó ní ọwọ́ Nàìjíríà nílẹ̀ ó jẹ wọ́n thank you ẹ máa
ẹ ṣe gan ni. Thank you so much. This our father, we were able to meet in the course of the movement 3 years ago precisely. And these are not prophets that still believe in one Nigeria. These are prophets that have said that Nigeria will collapse as far back as in the 80s. But because their churches are not as big as the other big player in the market, like my mommy said, the supermarket. For Nigeria, a supermarket. If you want cheese, you get cheese there. If you want tokumboka, you get them there. He was talking about a few things I've highlighted. Something is going to happen soon, whether we like it or not. No, he said something will happen because something will happen. I hope some of you understand what that means. Something will happen before something will happen. Because I was looking at why we could not reach out that end SARS to complete the job. Maybe something happened and stopped it. We couldn't bring it home. My brother there was saying, Daisy one say, we are disappointed with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu court ruling, and appeal must be lodged because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu must be afforded the right protection awarded to a British citizen. That itself means nothing now to anybody. And I think some Nigerians that are British citizens that have these, British, passport or state things that by having such, as long as you do not say anything against the British, if you get problem, they will come and solve it out. Maybe it might not be the same. We don't know. The future is changing on us very, very fast. My prophet also went on to say, Britain does not want anyone to go. It seems that as many of us believe that, the West, Britain, still doesn't want anybody to go. And that is why they are now bringing more relationship with Tony Blair the other day, with Tinubu. I don't know what Tony Blair wants again. He wants to bring good governance. The same Tony Blair that went to Iraq and many people got killed. I've now found their Jerry Rawlings video I'm looking for. I'm going to play it in a minute. He also went to say that why is that the government hasn't gone to, remember that Tinubu is saying that he's the one delaying the invasion or whatever they want to go and do in Niger. That he is the one personally stopping it right now. So my father there is saying that why is he not going? Yoruba will say, don't no be your kere. Go try it and see how it's going to happen. I don't know how it's going to happen. I might be far away from Nigeria, but we always say we all are stakeholders on the territory of that land. So why this noise that we are going to Niger seems to be dropping every day until Gabon also rise up? I don't know whether ECOWAS has any stake with Gabon, but we know that African Union have a stake. And African Union have already said that they are not going to attack, or they are not going to be part of that body that wants to attack, that will give the leeway for the attack of Niger. So you can see now that, the Bola Tinubu and ECOWAS are now in a big dilemma. As they are dealing with Niger, Gabon don't come up again with another wahala. It might be a wahala, but remember I told you at the beginning that something will happen before something happens. Maybe these smaller ones will be the one that will erupt what is about to happen in Nigeria. We don't know. Maybe Nigeria will go flat and nothing is going to happen, and we will just continue to be mourning like this, talking like this, and the real men are not going to be there. The real men continue to hide away. Some are real men, they have money, they say, no. I want to go and import Boku spare part. I'm talking to my Igbo brothers now. But they forget that the spare part that they are bringing, the system there has not been able to be favoring them for a very long time, just like it does not favor any one of us. Just like the Yorubas. We had our brother that went home last year, July. He had a business in Ogbomoso. He was killed after they paid 5 million or 8 million, to get him out. If you listen to how he was crying out, when the Fulani terrorists. But people always think that it's about the Fulani terrorists. They're not talking about the economy. The economy has destroyed the indigenous people. We are the indigenous people, but we do not have access to what belongs to us. And when we listen to what Jerry Rawlings says, you will also accept with me. He also went on to say that judgment is here, whether we like it or not. The judgment is no longer there. It is here. People are suffering. How many people can you give money to? I saw somebody even send me a video of a wife lying on the bed. Maybe they're lying, I don't know. How many people you want to give? I told you, if we set up many NGOs, not that they are not working. NGOs cannot solve the problem in Nigeria today. Even in Kano, imagine the governor wants to get people to marry, pay for their marriage, and they can have more children that they cannot take care of because the state cannot take care of them, but they can fund it to. I'm sure some of you saw the headline. Kano State is paying for the weddings of people in Kano so that they can have more children that they cannot look after, because Nigeria is not going to look after anybody. It went after said the final one is, if you say you don't want a war, then you don't want to be free. Hey, that particular phrase is where people get like, especially the Yoruba people, no, we are too diplomatic, we cannot get a war, we don't need a war, we can do it without a war. Let's listen to we have just half an hour, because I realized I started this YouTube at 1 hour 30 minutes. The other one has been running for 3 hours 30 minutes. So I will only make it up to another half an hour, which is not even up to that 26 minutes, and we will bring the program to an end. So that in case if I want to come back out again, if I have the strength, I will not have exhausted all my time, because I've already done 3 hours 34 minutes already. Now let's listen to Jerry Rawlings in this particular video that I've been looking for. I was looking for it during the Starr Radio, I couldn't find it. But this advert, big advert. That's where people make their own little. Now let's listen. There's another advert. It's gonna just okay. I can see that.
I want to take this opportunity to talk to France. We have been working on this ECOWAS common currency for how many years now? And we are just getting close to the end product. for France to twist the arm of the and take the name of the currency we have decided to put on the common currency for ECOWAS and gone ahead to fix exchange rates. Illegal. Where are the lawyers? France has no right to take the name of the currency we have decided to create and take the francophone countries we have been pulling for years, 550 billion euros every year annually from their reserves. And then when you want that money back, you pay with interest. This is wickedness and this is bullying. France, get your hands off Africa. Get your hands off the francophone countries. Stop this wickedness. It is enough. It is enough. Stop it. And leave Africa alone. The Africa belongs to ECOWAS. You cannot take it and twist it out. We know you are the one who put it. Alessandro now was there. Because there's a tunnel, underground tunnel. From the French embassy to the presidential palace in Cote d'Ivoire.
All right, I'm not really enjoying it because I don't know why this individual have added another sound that was playing behind it. It's a waste of time. I watched it properly on Daily Momodu, but I can't find it anymore. And I just saw it on the brothers YouTube, but they had another too much sound under it. It's not good. I'll find another video to relate to that particular video because that was a very powerful one that Jerry Rawlings, was saying there. May so rest in peace. We know that he died 2 years ago. So let's leave that because I'm not enjoying it because he has another. Like I said, we now have just few less than 20 minutes to the end of the program. I'd like to appreciate all our speakers that have joined us and as many people that want freedom. Our Yoruba people, we encourage you, join the Twitter space. Very, very important. We have, huge number of our Biafra that are sitting down there. That is what their leader told them. Wherever there is truth, just go there. Even if they are not going to appreciate you, you go and listen. At least they're talking. They know that there are other platforms that are speaking right now, but they're here, and they're also appreciating to listen to the truth. So, Apeka, Ewa Darapọ̀ mọ́ Twitter space as well. So, there's something I want to say again before. Now, maybe this one. I received, as a journalist, we have different ways that we receive information. But there's what I call the Pandora paper. Do you know that Peter Obi's name was there? Some of you probably don't know that. I'm telling you. But I'm not talking about Peter Obi today. I received an email from them yesterday because I'm subscribed to them. It's called, I don't taboo there. They are called International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. I've told you, I know be blogger, I be journalist, fully registered in UK. Prior before Yoruba Nation. So when people come and say, why do we need to fund you? Well, because I am not going to tell you the way BBC is going to tell you. British Broadcasting Corporation. British Bias Corporation. Okay? Do you know that BBC 10 o'clock news yesterday, they just talk about Gabon in less than a minute. The thing where I sit down, do 2 hours. BBC just talk about it in just 1 minute. And they talked about it just after about 10:25. The 10 o'clock news yesterday. And me spent 2 hours explaining so that you will not be like a Bole Kaja person when you go beer parlor. At least you have learned a lot for those that have watched that video yesterday. So that you don't talk without a fact. So if you want to support us, it is voluntary. I know somebody is still asking for a mic. Let me quickly bring that person in. But please do it briefly when I bring you in. I think his name is Ugo. Ugo247, go ahead. You have just 2 minutes because I want to give you a Nigerian politician that have been mentioned again by the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists. After Ugo has spoken, I will tell you that politician. Don't go away. There are so many of them that are so corrupt. and their money are all over the world. They are the same people controlling Nigeria. Go ahead, Ugo 247.
Okay, thank you, my brother Koiki.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you for keeping the gap, standing in the gap, and thank you every other person here. All protocols observed. It's just very simple. We cannot get together. We cannot go together. We cannot work together because we are different people with different ideology. The answers we are talking about, if you remember the answers very well, why the answers could not end up bringing or yielding any result. If you remember when Mazen Nandekano was there, like, go on, don't stop, go on, don't stop. You see some people come up to, hey, this one no Weibo. You want to make you spoil your Yoruba land. You see, what is his name? The other guy, this musician went to London to ginger up the things from there. They set his house on fire. Then he said, okay, I don't know, it's now a tribal thing. So he went back. We cannot achieve anything. Sure, Sowore is asking, calling for a revolution now. That revolution will never hold. That revolution will never come. The revolution we need is Yoruba nation, go your way. Igbo Biafra nation, go your way. Arewa nation, go your way. If there is Fulani nation, let them go their way. We can never have anything like a Nigeria nation, no matter the kind of revolution you have. There will never be revolution that will give you peace in this country. And the only revolution you will have is the revolution that if you want peace, prepare for war. Prepare for war. There is no how you can get peace without paying the price. You have to pay for the peace you are looking for. We don't have anything to lose. We have already lost everything. We have paid enough sacrifices. If you talk, they will kill you. If you don't talk, they will kill you. So what do you lose? Nothing. Let us move. There is no how we can achieve any one Nigeria anywhere because it is not anywhere. Thank you.
Wow. I love Ugo, my brother. Thank you so much. I'm coming to you, my mother, because you're going to give me your closing remark. I know I did stop you at the junction where my father called it. This program, I'm going to do it later, but I just want to give you the highlights. I don't know when I'm going to do it, but it's worth doing it. In 2021, this is what the Nigerian Bolekaja media cannot do. Okay, they know all these more than these people, but they cannot do it. Not that some Nigerian journalists are not there; they are working. Even though some of them we might disagree with them, some of them we might align or agree with them to some extent. Because life is about agree and disagree, but we must all agree that Nigeria is not working. Simple, okay? Whether you like it or not, it's not going to work. Don't live in denial. I mean, I was watching the news yesterday. How can BBC be talking about the Netflix is bringing a game when they are talking about Gabon, somewhere that is so important in Africa? They were not giving it a better coverage. I'm not joking. The 10 o'clock news yesterday, he said, if you're living in UK, you can go back and watch it. They didn't give it a better coverage. So when I come here and say, donate to journalists like our own, self-independent journalists, say, hey, why would we donate money for you? Let's hear this quickly. In 2021, the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists, Pandora Papers, exposed a global network of covert companies and trusts used by rich and powerful to stash their assets out of public view. They don't want you to know that. They don't want you to know that they have so much wealth, money where they don't use, build your community. You could come here. Now us, where will they manage, try to do little, talk to you. I know some of the way we talk, you don't like it, but we cannot all be the same. The leak revealed that a decade, anything they say a decade, now 10 years, 10 years. A leak revealed, not revealed, a leak revealed that a decade earlier, that was about 10 years ago, Nigerian politician Abubakar Atiku Bagudu. Make I put, no be me write this one. I could share the link for anybody that also interested to read this kind of, this is what we read, okay? Atiku, Abubakar Atiku Bagudu. I'll see if I can bring his image out in a minute while I'm talking. Let me Google it, his name here. Not Atiku Abubakar. This one be Atiku Abubakar Atiku Bagudu. You know there'll be different one of them. So Atiku Bagudu. This one, in case you don't know the person where they talk. Okay. Do you know that he is now part of the minister? Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, CON, is a Nigerian politician who is the current Nigerian Minister of Budget and National Planning. Wo eje moyoya katode ditano. This is why the report came out, because they've now found out that he's part of the minister. This is his face. That's the guy I'm talking about. I will tell you the state he was the governor. In case you don't want to miss it out, you can go and check it out. But that is the face. This one don't go again. That's the face there. It was Premium Time. Don't pick the news. Pandora paper. Premium Times. I don't know whether they picked it. Let's go back and tell you a little bit more about it. Let's go to Wikipedia quickly. He's 61 years old. These are the same set of people that will be there for another 30 years. Remember the one where I see when Ike Kerimadu was doing a court case. That full animal where it look like me, say make they cut my head, can't give am for not. Make it they use and drink, make it they use my head. Now in one head go use drink pamu. He's 61 years old. According to Wikipedia, Abubakar Atiku Bagudu was born on the 26th of December 1961. He's a Nigerian politician who is also the current Nigerian Minister of Budget and National Planning. Omo, your money go. I can't bring anybody in anymore. I'm sorry. We have to go. I only have 13 more minutes. Don't be upset. I can't bring anybody in. I can send another request. Please, please. He served as the governor of Kebbi State. Wetin Kebbi they provide? Wetin Kebbi they add to the GDP of Nigeria? If not all their resources that they hide down, just like Zamfara gold. Wetin Kebbi State added to the value of Nigeria. So Nigerians that are there now, how many of you will travel to go and live in Kebbi? How many Nigerians want to go and live in Kebbi? The same man now is the one I'm going to talk about, according to the Pandora paper. According to the don't worry when I go back one step. It's because in lecture room, you must go back and forth. Okay, because some people, you talk like this. So say, this Oyibo with this guy, they speak. And I'm not joking. This Oyibo is too fast for me. That's why our people, they say, well, we are this, because we have Biafra, some people don't say, forget about English, just speak Yoruba. But you still have to speak English at some point. The leak revealed that this same man, a Nigerian politician, Abubakar Atiku Bagudu, had used an elite London law firm. This same London, where we had a struggle for 25 years. Favored by the British royal family. If I talk about British people, people will say, not British people, British royal family. I remember one of our brother come and say, I don't talk about the British royal family. You live here. Don't talk about them like that. But not be me they talk about. Now the paper they talk like this. Let me repeat that again. A leak has revealed that a decade earlier, Nigerian politician Abubakar Atiku Bagudu had used a London firm. Make I do translation, my Igbo people don't bet. Wọ́n ní ó ti lo ilé-iṣẹ́ tí ó jẹ́ ilé amòfin ní London ní bíbá tó wà favour by àwọn family, royal family. Tura Yorùbá yà lè yẹn. To shift, somebody shift. Kò ń ṣe night shift tó rán ṣe, kò ń ṣe morning shift, kò ń ṣe. Some of us, I remember when I used to work, I go ask for early morning shift, afternoon shift, night shift, because I won't do all the shift. It's only now that we are slowed down. I don't do how many shifts for this country. You go walk. I see how many elderly people they walk on the road. Their leg don't go. They go walk like this. Even they should have gone back to Caribbean and Africa. But when they go, who will treat them? He shifted an estimated $120 million. You can see why some of us will look at some of you and say, how do you want to know this now? If you don't come on this kind of platform, They know, make I not use that word, because if I use that now, it will be like I disrespect my friend. But Seun Okinbaloye cannot say what I'm saying like this. Why that man is a minister? Seun Okinbaloye, my friend, he will never say like this on Politics Today. 1 minute, sorry, my people. No, that one. Is that one? No. What? Is it this one? No. Where is the box? Because I saw it this morning, it was a big box, so I don't know where to put it. We asked him. Call him quickly. Sorry about that, people. Sorry, just put on some other, and then that's why I have to go anyway. $120 million. No move. $120 million. I pity a lot of you. In cash. You. He shipped an estimated $120 million in cash and security from an offshore trust in a British Virgin Island to a more secretive structure registered in Singapore. You see how they move the money? To Singapore, and then they brought it back again to Cook Island. The asset, according to the US Department of Justice, accounted only some of the billions of dollars in public funds. It has accused Bagudu and others of systematically embezzling Nigeria former dictator Sani Abacha in the 90s. I pity a lot of you. And yet, despite what the DOJ called Bagudu instrumental role in the Abacha regime's alleged looting and laundering, he was recently appointed Nigerian Minister of Budget and Economic Planning. So it's like they just give him another opportunity to loot Nigeria. Because the one way he loot, he don't go return am. And a thief will always be a thief. Continue to live in denial. Say you don't want Biafra, you don't want Arewa, you don't want Yoruba nation, no problem. Remain in Nigeria and be coming here. When somebody move $120 million, they come in here and they say they play. Now me they say they play. Yeah, they play. Me they play. He is now appointed as the Nigerian Minister of Budget and Economy by the country Vice President Bola Tinubu. Bagudu has never been convicted of any crime and a rich settlement with the Nigerian government in 2003, turning over hundreds of the millions of dollars with no admission of guilt. He not even say he was guilty. Oh my God. Meanwhile, the US effort to seize his offshore asset has been stymied. This Oyibo too much. What be the meaning of stymied? You know we learn a lot on this platform. Make I quickly see stymied. Stymie, not stymied. Stymie. Stymie. Why you dey use all this baby language? Grammar. STYMIE. What is the meaning? Prevent or hidden the progress. Because the person wey steal, e go dey avoid make you find where the money dey. So they are finding it difficult. America wants to trace the money. They are still finding it difficult to know where the money is. 120 million. Only God knows other amount of money. And you are here. They say come donate, make we support the Yoruba nation. Support the radio station where we open. 500 people, $10. Help. ESN, they need money. Support them. May we get out of this mess. May we not come to talk about statistics. So you want me to be old in this movement so that I'll become very old. I never old self. Every day I dey shave. You see white beards. Every day. If I don't shave, I leave this another 3 days now, it become white. Yeah, every day in 3 years, we've lost weight. You have accused us. But yet, somebody took... While Abacha was alive, now Abacha don't die. Tinubu can't go bring the same man. So there no be other people where Tinubu go bring to become budget and planning. They bring the same man where Tinubu go say you no see this article. They see am now. They you two they play. As you tell me they play, you two they play. And they play. Maybe they play together. Let's continue. So we don't know the meaning of stymied. Okay, it's because it's gone into past tense, it's now D, or it's stymied. So stymie, if you want to use it as a slang, is the verb stymie means to obstruct or hinder. That's why they say anytime where crime commit, if you know the person, report to for London, for America, for UK, for abroad. Because if you obstruct the justice, you too, they go punish you. You see person wey don stab person, the person can't come your house, you can't shield the person, you are also obstructing the justice. Okay? I don't tell you, say now this platform, now that the only Yoruba Nation international media will go open your brain, bust your brain up. You will wake up one day and you will do more than what I don't expect you to do. And they play, you two they tell me they play, you two they play, maybe they play together. Nigeria is going to work at me. So the verb stymie means to obstruct or hinder. So Bagudu was obstructing or hinder where the money is so that nobody find it. And his children go to live lavish life. They drive Lamborghini, drive Lamborghini, go. Those ones are the ones they go Dubai, go drive big car. You go Dubai, go wash plates. Come London, become maybe nurse or doctor or care worker. I saw one guy, you can't even go that side. Tinubu, who campaigned on anti-corruption platform to win a disputed, they say disputed election in March, has long been dodging by question over the source of his own wealth. No be me talking. These are the people talking it now, saying it now. He said his cabinet had been carefully selected with a record of Bagudu that took cash. No be transfer. They say you remove cash, $120 million cash out of Nigeria. The money there now because the oil is coming from the southeast. When will they play? When the Biafra are ready, that crude oil will stop being pumped out. I know that. They will stop it. And let me say this, like Simon Ekpa used to say, the Prime Minister, government in exile, that every country right now, they are also interested in any way where they will see something. So if you think that Biafra cannot go and leave us behind, they will go because every country wants to be a stakeholder. They will just say, when we help you, support you, when we get to that place, you too, you will give us something. Life is about give and take. We are almost winding down. And I'm going to give one minute. Oh, I think I still have only our mother there. So I'm going to give her 1 minute to just conclude for me. It is a reflection. I'm going to do this program properly as a topic. But I just wanted to have an idea of the problem. And these ones are also saying, donate, support us. So that this kind of article will be the one you'll be reading. Not the one from the Bole Kaja media. My mommy, Patricia, in under a minute before we close the broadcast, just give us your final closure. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, my brother. Thank you again. The rest of the people on the platform for having to be here to air your view. We are the people that will get what we want, not those on top, or like these ones who've read what they have stolen. I remember our leader said the kind of money they have looted and hid outside, it will cause a tsunami. A tsunami will break up, just individually, not collective, each of them. So this is the reason why everyone that is under the situation of this cruel manipulation that the Western world put in place for the poor people. Let us now realize that we are the people that will save ourselves. We are the people that will that is extricate ourselves from the soup, as our leader calls it. It will never go forward because the foundation wasn't for any good. The foundation of Nigeria, as our leader always puts it, so long as it's not God created, it's man created, how much even more worst written. How do you think it will go forward? How many years are we, and we are still, instead of moving forward, we are going worse than yesterday? And so will it be, unless we all stand up and refute criminality, even if it's part of us, like maybe my brother being a governor or a senate or a politician. Therefore, I should close my mouth and enjoy the loot that is bringing. when the repercussion that will come, it will sweep and bury everyone, because evil must be punished. There's no peace for the wicked, and we have come to realize Nigeria has come to an end. For the mere fact of justice, they don't know nothing about justice. They are lawless. They have nothing in store for anybody to live. Let those who are being trampled down get up now and follow those who know road, like Koiki Media for the Yoruba nation. And our PM who is standing in for our Mazi until justice is being achieved. Let us get up and do like our African brothers. It's in our hand to do so. All these politicians, Obio, Atiku, whoever they are, they were put in place to continue to push us down. So their time has expired. We have no more room for them. Let us see what we will do, each and every one of us, according to our different nations, to save our people. It might not need millions to come. Just few of us who can coordinate and remove these big fish out of the way so that we get what we have been dreaming for. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Having me.
Wow.
God bless you.
And on that note, I say thank you so much to every one of you. It's not easy to sit here, even some of us doing this program. Like I say, this program has gone 4 hours already. For the people that didn't watch the live transmission of the Starr Radio on the Koiki Media, is because you did not subscribe to the backup channel of the YouTube that we asked you to. I want you to continue to make sure that you are part of that so that you can watch the live. I've told you, and in our live, Koiki Media, we will only come live on the time that we want to do our program, but on the Starr Radio Morning Show, I have now decided that it will only come on the backup YouTube channel, so that to encourage you to be there. And when we see that we are enough to continue to bring the transmission live back on the Koiki Media, I will do so. Thank you so much to my uncle Bolan Obat, Prophet John Ogundele. Thank you so much to all our PR friends. I can't mention all your name. Justice, Shimon, the first, Paul Eze, our mother that spoke to us, Patricia, Inweka, Kamez, our another beautiful. Too many of you are using Simon Ekpa now, so we are all Simon Ekpa, the good guy. All the Yorubas, even the Arewas that are listening to us, even if you're a Fulani that are listening to me, Ambazonia, wherever there is freedom, the Scottish people, the Welsh people, we love every people that wants freedom. Friday, Godwin, thank you so much. Otumba Boye Manyuba, a very good uncle, Ibrahim Akonji, Iyalode, Ijana Tafadel, I know Ijaya is in the program as well, Alhaji Bashira, and Alabi as well, GR1, the Yoruba Self-Determination, we love our father, Professor Banji Akintoye. Shout out to those of you on the TikTok. Shout out to those of you, Ramoni Official, Temi Popo, Comrade Plan B on the MixLR. A lot of people, hey, my sister, Wumi Praise, why and what type of question is that? This sister don't upset too. This is a Yoruba woman. Is Ikechukwu, we are not hearing about Oduduwa Nation struggle anymore. Maybe you're on another platform. This one say, no, they hear anything. These are some of the Biafra that come sometimes, Yawa Mojade Sonya, thank you so much. I'm just reading some of our comments there. I didn't greet my mother all the way through, and nobody remind me. It's my beautiful mom. Bamawa Bisola, God will sail us through every blockage and barriers, hindrances will be destroyed by the power in the blood of Jesus of the Nazareth, Yoruba Nation. And don't say that Yoruba Nation, I think we have to go now on this one because I'll say 4 hours. I better close it before it closes itself. Thank you so much on our Instagram. I'm just appreciating everyone because that is the only way you come back again tomorrow. Bear Patoku, the truth shall always prevail. An evil tree can bear the good fruit. Nigeria is gone. Again from our mother there, Bisola, where is she gone? My mother, Akim Ayodele, thank you so much. Our mother, grandmother, we have a lot of you out there. Olakunle Ajayi, and as many of you on our YouTube channel as well. Rodney, Natalie, thank you so much. Warish Dinadu, Bemileke, African Confidential. That one don't say if you like, make you call her Biafra, whatever, in the Biafra, even though he's a Yoruba boy, Yoruba man rather. To my beautiful wives, my children, and to every freedom lover, if I can make it out again later on, I will try. If you don't see me, just stick on the Twitter where we dey carry the job go. Yeah, this one, Francis say, carry on with the good job. Thank you so much. I love every one of you. I will not. Yorùbá ní Ọlọ́run jẹ́ káwa jọra wa lójú. I don't have to translate that in English. We are doing our best. Sometimes, you might not love what we are doing, but you don't have any choice. You just have to go. Leave this contraction. Let's start a new policy. Lanre Lamina, Saitio, Fatai, Mogaji, Alaji Shitu. If I didn't, Eunice, those one are my people now. Eunice, one day, God will say me, every one of us will go meet. Some of you go cook this here for me where I go chop properly. And to all the autopilots, we love you so much. I'll be listening to our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa later on tonight. Some people don't even accuse me, say they don't know whether I be Igbo because I didn't got grandson answer the Igbo boy. I don't know. Anyway, I got to go now. But before we go, we have to play our own anthem, which is the way we leave the broadcast because I didn't play it in the morning when we started on the Starr Radio. Archie was not in, so I had to sit for him at 10:30. And now I just have to go and do some other things. And hopefully in the evening, if we have time, we will come back out again. If otherwise, remember, follow us on all our platforms. And the anthem is coming up now. Thank you so much. And this is it. Iṣẹ́ wa fún orílẹ̀-èdè. Àgbéga. Ìgbàgbọ́. Àti bẹ̀rù. Ìṣọ̀kan àti ìrora. Ìjẹ́ ká máa lè bá tẹ̀síwájú gbogbo ire àtòhun tó dára. Ọmọ Odùduwà. Lọ sí ipò ẹ̀tọ́ rẹ̀. Ìwọ ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ Have a very great afternoon. Bye for now. Moki Bubualenkonso, thank you so much to each and every one of us. Aziz, my shout out to you and to one and only Dr. Chief Sunday Adeyemo Igbowosha, aka Igbowosha, Yawa Uluwatife. Shout out to you. Morning, Esther, and to all our grannies, our grandfathers, and Dizzy Man, everybody. I'll be back if I can later on. If otherwise, Otudolani and Agboro along. But remember to follow me on Twitter on Koiki Media. Thank you so much. Bye for now. And thank you to me on the backup channel. Thank you so much. Comrade Plan B at Q Games and Ridge Van Law. Have a nice afternoon. Bye for now.